Good evening, everyone. I'd like to humbly acknowledge we live, learn, work, and play on Treaty 8 territory, traditional lands of the Korean Dene, unceded territory of the Métis people. And for your awareness and for the record, Councillor Walkwin, I believe, is online. And Councillor, if you have your camera turned on for voting purposes. If anyone in the council chambers wishes to address any of the council items this evening, please register before the start of that item. You can register to my right side with Legislative Services. You're permitted 5 minutes to speak. Please remain on subject and please remain seated for questions. Now, before we adopt the agenda, does anyone wish to serve a notice of motion? Can I have someone, Councillor Weigel, adopt the agenda as amended?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I amend the agenda?
Yeah, the top part.
So I recommend that the agenda be amended by reordering the agenda to have agenda item 8.4 Fort McMurray Heritage Society update as the first order of business following recognition, that the remaining agenda items be reordered and that the agenda be adopted as amended.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. And thanks for the second, Councillor Grandison. Moving on to the consent agenda, does anyone wish to remove any items from the consent agenda? Oh, sorry. Call for a vote. Is the red on there? And Councillor Dogar is also online. In favor, thanks, Councillor Dogar. Councillor Walkwin, how do you vote?
In favor. I just can't turn my camera on. I'm going to have to log in again. Sorry, Mayor.
Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to the consent agenda. Does anyone wish to remove any items from the consent agenda? Can I have someone make that motion? Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that recommendations containing items 6.1, 6.2, 6.3 be approved.
Thanks for that, Councillor Weigel, and thanks for the second, Councillor Boussier. I'll call for a vote. Councillor Dogar in favor. Thank you. Councillor Walkwin.
Yes. In favor.
Thank you. That's carried unanimously. This evening we have a proclamation. It's National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. Whereas the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation is commemorated to raise awareness of the tragic legacy of Canada's residential schools. Honor survivors, remember those who did not survive. And whereas it is important that all Canadians understand the complex truth about the history and the ongoing impact of residential schools, and that the resilience that Indigenous peoples have shown amidst the collective harms and atrocities that have been endured. And whereas the municipality will continue to listen, learn from, and share the truth as we honor the survivors of residential schools, their families, and their communities, as we mourn the children who never returned home. And whereas, in the Wood Buffalo region, the Holy Angels Residential School in Fort Chipewyan operated until 1974, the Bishop Piché Indian Day Home operated until 1985, and the Janvier Indian School operated until 1974, and the Fort McKay Indian School operated until 1963. And whereas municipality remains committed to truth and reconciliation through strengthened relationships and Indigenous governments, communities, and partners to the implementation of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action. And whereas the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation is not only a time for remembrance, but also a call to action as it challenges all people to reflect, to learn, and to work together towards healing, justice, and the future grounded in truth, mutual respect, and meaningful reconciliation. Now therefore, I, Sandy Bowman, Mayor of the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo, do hereby proclaim September 30th, 2025 as National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. Moving on to public hearing. We'll now be starting public hearing for bylaw number 25 / oh, sorry, I forgot Councillor Weigel's motion or amended. Right now, we're moving on to the Heritage Society update. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just move that the Fort McMurray Heritage Society matter be referred to administration for review and discussion with the entire Fort McMurray Heritage Board and returned back to council.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. And Councillor Weigel, do you want to speak to that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's been my understanding, and also as part of the board, there's been communications back and forth between Heritage Society and RMWB. It just seems that there just needs to be a little bit more clarity on a path forward. With respect to the Heritage Society, we'd like to meet with them one more time as both as council, but with the administration to meet with the whole board and just figure out a path forward together to be able to decide, before we make a decision there.
All right. Thanks, Councillor Weigel. I agree. I think we need to sit with the entire board. Thank you. And we'll call for a vote. Councillor Dogard in favor. Councillor Walkman in favor.
Yes.
And that's carried with 7 in favor. Thank you. Now move on to public hearing for bylaw number 25/023, site-specific land use bylaw amendment to add billboard signs as discretionary use in PR, Park and Recreation District. Before declaring the public hearing open, I'll give a quick overview of the process. I'll declare the public hearing open, followed by an introduction of the item by administration, followed by questions from council. Following that, we'll hear an opening statement from the applicant. Now move on to written submissions and hear verbal submissions from any speaker present, followed by questions of council. And to conclude, we'll hear closing statements, then the hearing will be declared closed. So right now, I'm declaring the hearing open at 6:15 p.m. And whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Amanda Owens, Director of Planning and Development Services, and with me this evening is Shailesh Makwana, Supervisor of Subdivisions. We are here on behalf of an applicant to present a site-specific land use bylaw amendment which applies to 8 quarter sections located north of Fort McMurray along Highway 63 North. This amendment proposes to add billboard sign as a discretionary use in the PR, Parks and Recreation District under both the current land use bylaw number 99059 and the newly adopted land use bylaw number 26001. In 2018, Council approved land use amendment bylaw number 18010, which allowed the applicant to obtain a development permit for 20 billboard signs along Highway 63 North. Of those, 10 signs were installed on the east side of the highway. However, the applicant's development permit expired in 2024. This land use amendment proposal before you seeks the same intention as the previous application from 2018, which is to allow for the installation of 20 billboard signs along Highway 63 North. If approved, this amendment would allow the applicant to pursue a new development permit, which would bring the 10 existing billboard signs located east of Highway 63 North into compliance with our bylaw, and in addition, allow him to install the additional 10 signs on the west side of Highway 63 North. The applicant has secured the necessary leases from Alberta Environment and Parks, as well as approvals from Alberta Transportation for both the existing and the proposed 10 billboard signs. The land use bylaw amendment was circulated to municipal departments and external agencies, and no concerns were received. The applicant hosted a public open house at the Royal Canadian Legion in Fort McMurray on June 17, 2025, which resulted in 23 letters of support and no objections or concerns. In summary, this amendment is more or less the same as what Council approved in 2018 and for the same applicant. This concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Amanda. Just a quick question. So the land we're talking about is provincial land, correct?
Through the chair to the question, correct?
Council, any other questions? Councilor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. How many active signs are out there right now?
Through the chair to the question, right now there's 10. The plan was originally to have 20, and it's our understanding that there's intention to put the other 10 up, assuming that this is approved this evening. So there would be 20 in total.
How long's the timeline per billboard to stay up?
Through the chair to the question, once this is approved, the billboards are fine as long as they're in good repair and they follow the bylaw for our signage. They wouldn't have to be taken down by a certain time.
Okay, thanks.
Does council have any other questions? Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. The fact that they're along the highway, I know that you said they have the provincial permits and stuff. Is it's still our say that they go up, even though it's along the highway going north?
Through the chair to the question, yes, because within the land use bylaw, within that particular district, right now in the bylaw, they're not permitted there. So we're basically bringing the bylaw back into alignment with what the intention was in 2018, which was to allow the signs there.
And we have to do it because of the new sign bylaw?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Weigel. Councilor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. We just approved a set of bylaw for signs. So how does this differ? Are we setting a precedence, or why wasn't this brought forward at that time?
Through the chair to the question, so this will basically, it won't set any precedent. The signs are there right now. When the signage bylaw came forward to council, this particular area, it was overlooked. And we now need to bring it into compliance or in alignment with our existing land use bylaw. So in 2018, it was permitted in this area, and we need to ensure that the bylaw matches the intention. And by this motion being approved this evening, it will update the signage portion of the land use bylaw to allow for the signs.
And there are no safety issues or anything around that?
Through the chair to the question, in terms of safety, the permit approvals that they require from the government of Alberta, they deal with that portion, and they do have the necessary approvals in place from the province.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me an opportunity. Thank you for the nice presentation, Director. I appreciate the homework done by your department also, and the presenter business also. It's good to see some activity, some business going on. My question is that is it for permission is only for this company who has approached you, or it is open to others also, open to other businesses also? Thank you.
Through the chair to the question, the bylaw amendment is for the bylaw itself, so it doesn't have anything to do with the company. There's an applicant that will come forward, but this is not in relation to a company. It's in relation to a district within the land use bylaw that we're amending.
Okay, correct. Thank you.
Councilor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. I don't know if I missed it, but in the bylaw, the distance from on the right side of 63 North, what's the distance from the start to the finish of how the bylaw, the jurisdiction of the signs? Is it as far as the racetrack, the Parsons Creek below?
Through the chair to the question, so are we seeking the information of distance from Fort McMurray to the signs? Or from where, I'm just kind of wanted to know the boundary from where the signs begin to where they end.
Yeah, so it's actually covering more than 10 quarter sections, and it is from highway more than 300 meters off the highway. Is it the...
No, like, start to finish along the highway, how many kilometers, is the distance that they're allowed to, say they go to the boundary, you know, then they breach of the bylaws is what, so basically I'm just asking the distance between the start to finish. I just kind of wanted to get maybe some, a distance or.
Through the chair to the question, I think what will help you is in attachment 1 of the package, it outlines in red boxes the subject area, and that will put it into perspective, the distance.
Okay. So just a picture of, I'm just kind of wondering, because I don't think all the public sees exactly where it starts to finish, so I just kind of wanted to get a number from you.
So through the chair to the question, what you described is more or less correct. The map that I have in front of me doesn't have a scale, so I don't know the exact kilometers. But it does start in and around that 686 Highway 63 area. Goes north, I'd say for like about 5 clicks maybe. And then there's another small quarter section, probably another 5 to 7 kilometers north of that area. But give or take, what you described is correct.
So pretty much all the way to Suncor?
On the way to Suncor, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And it's delineated in the attached map so that the district itself is limited to what you see on the map. It's defined.
Thanks, Amanda, appreciate it.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Do you have any other questions for administration? I'm not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any opening comments from the applicant? Not here. Have you received any written submissions?
Acknowledging for the record that there's been no written submissions received for this public hearing. Thanks.
Do we have anyone registered as a delegate? Okay.
We do have a verbal submission registered in the gallery this evening.
Ms. D'Souza? And if you could just say your name for the record, Diana, and you have 5 minutes to present, and please remain seated for questions afterwards, please.
For the record, my name is Diana D'Souza, CEO of the Fort McMurray Chamber of Commerce. Through the chair, thank you for the opportunity to present today. I'm here today speaking on behalf of nearly 700 members of our chamber. I'm here today to voice my support for bylaw number 25/023, which would add billboard sign as a discretionary use in the PR, Parks and Recreation District on 8 quarter sections north of Fort McMurray. Advertising is an essential tool for our local businesses, and Highway 63 is the region's main corridor. Allowing regulated billboards along this route will let businesses promote goods and services to residents, workers, and visitors heading in and out of the region. From a business perspective, regulated billboards benefit the economy without burdening taxpayers. Local small businesses often struggle to gain visibility. Highway billboards offer an affordable way to reach customers and support entrepreneurship, and this business is run by a small businessman. Large industry employers also rely on signage to recruit skilled workers and advertise community initiatives. By allowing billboards as a discretionary use, council retain control over placement, design, and aesthetics, ensuring that signs complement the natural environment and do not create visual clutter. There's no anticipated budget impact for the municipality. Moreover, the proposal aligns with council's strategic plan. The local economy is identified as a core value, and this amendment supports regional economic development. In a time when businesses face high costs and uncertain markets, any measure that helps them reach customers should be welcomed. In conclusion, billboards are proven low-cost marketing tools that will help local entrepreneurs generate advertising revenues. And that change brings existing signs in, and this change brings existing signs into compliance. With provincial approvals in place, no fiscal impact to the municipality, and alignment with council's strategic plan, I urge council to adopt bylaw number 25/023. Thank you.
Thanks, Diana. Do you have any questions from council? Councilor Cardinal?
No.
No. False alarm. Do you have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing, so thank you, Dana. And since this is a public hearing, I'll just call anybody in attendance who wishes to speak to this item. You're more than welcome to now. Are there any further questions from council, for administration from council? Councilor Cardinal?
Now that I get to see the map, again, I just had issues finding it, but I kind of knew where the spot was. I have a question about the opposite side of the highway. I know that there's quite a bit of land that's in one section of the quarter section. I guess it's quite a bit, and I just wanted to know why is it such a big piece of property that they need to utilize the signs on the first bottom one, because that's on the opposite side of the highway where there's no signs now, and that whole quarter section is on the whole quarter section. It's not going to be a whole sign being used there, so I'm just wondering why it's such a big spot on maybe the first two bottom ones.
Through the chair to the question. So on page 28, so the next page from what you're looking at, it delineates where all the signs will be located in red dots. The reason why it looks like a large area is because these are just quarter sections, and it's easier to align the land use bylaw and any amendments to proper defined boundaries. But the locations of the signs are identified. We know where they are going, and this is just ease of reference for when they're dealing with the province too on their approvals. But when it comes to the approvals they've gotten from the province, they do certain setbacks from the highway itself. And the applicant or any business really wouldn't install any billboards beyond where they're putting them because they wouldn't have a target audience.
Okay. How big is a quarter section? Half mile by half mile. That's a lot for one little sign.
Through the chair to the question, within the land use bylaw, we use a base layer mapping that aligns with quarter section. So it's very common tool for us to align boundaries to quarter section. It's just a simpler form for us to include on a map. We wouldn't break it out. It's a natural boundary that exists, and that's the boundary that was followed for the amendment. And if it does give you any confidence in terms of where the signs will be going, they are outlined. We know where they are going to be installed. That's what the permit would be attached to, is those locations only.
Where the red dots where the signs are?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Councilor Banjoko?
I have no issues with the bylaw amendment, and I think it's clear to me. Thank you.
Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me the chance. It's a positive activity, business activity. I, being the member of the Chamber of Commerce, I appreciate the President, Diana Sus, came and participated and encouraged the business activity. I have no issue.
Do you have a question, Councilor Dogar?
No, you said there are no comments, so in the comments I am giving it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does administration have any closing comments? No. So I'll declare the public hearing closed at 6:32 p.m. Coming to public hearing, we now have second and third readings of bylaw number 25/023, site-specific land use bylaw amendment to add billboard signs as discretionary use in PR, Park and Recreation District, for council's consideration. Can someone now make the motion for the second reading of bylaw number 25/023? Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that bylaw number 25/023, being a text amendment to the land use bylaw number 99/059, specific to Part 12, signs, and land use bylaw number 26/001, specific to Part 8, signs, be read for a second time.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Thank you for the second, Councillor Boussier. Now, time for debate, discussion, or comments of council. Does councillor have any debate, comments, or discussion points? Not seeing, so I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Thank you, Councillor Walkman. Thank you, Councillor Dogar. And that's carried with 7 in favor. Can someone make the motion for the third reading? Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that bylaw number 25/023 be read a third and final time.
Thanks, Councillor Benjoko, and thanks for the second, Councillor Weigel. Does anyone have any discussion, debate points, or comments on this? Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to say that I think it can be cleaned up a little bit more and minimized. I think that, if you're going to have signs that are in sequence alongside the highway, it doesn't need to be a whole quarter section, especially if it's half a mile or what Mr. Michael said there. But I think that it needs to be a little, like I said, minimized. So I don't think I'm going to be supporting the motion. I think that we could collaborate a little more and minimize the area, because a lot of this stuff is in the bush, and I'm just wondering what the long-term goal is there for the future of where the signs are going to be sitting. So, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Does any other councillor have any comments, discussions, debate points? Not seeing any, so call for a vote. In favor online? Thank you, Councillor Walkman. Thank you, Councillor Dogar. And that's carried 7 in favor. Thank you. Next, we have a report on municipal procurement strategy for Indigenous business. I'd like to invite Indigenous Rural Relations as well as Corporate Services to introduce a report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Rachel Orser. I'm the Controller within the Corporate Services Department, and with me this evening is Lori Farkelson, the Chief Financial Officer. We are in attendance this evening to provide an update on the development of the municipal procurement strategy for Indigenous businesses in response to a motion that Council passed in 2021, where administration was to consult with the Northeast Alberta Aboriginal Business Association and Indigenous communities and businesses with a strategy for incorporating Indigenous procurement opportunities into our procurement practices. As the goal in developing this strategy is to provide a framework to incorporate Indigenous procurement opportunities into the procurement activities of the municipality, we asked ourselves, why Indigenous procurement? And with that, we established the following objectives for a strategy: to advance economic reconciliation while strengthening the municipality's relationship with Indigenous peoples through respect, collaboration, and partnership; to support the municipality's commitment to regional economic development in ways that are inclusive, equitable, and sustainable; to increase the participation of Indigenous businesses in the municipality's procurement practices of providing goods, services, and construction services; and to use the municipal procurement practices to further support the development and capacity building of Indigenous businesses. Based on the initial engagement sessions hosted, strong support for the development of a procurement strategy for Indigenous businesses within the region was identified. To support the advancement of the strategy, administration established a working group for this purpose, with invitations extended to each of the Indigenous community-owned businesses or social entities and the executive director of NAVA. A series of working group sessions were held to advance the strategy development. To support the facilitation of these sessions, the working group reviewed frameworks from other public sector entities who have implemented similar programs. These sessions provided an opportunity for members to share feedback, learning, and tactics from similar programs and resulted in a collaborative approach in developing a unique strategy for the region. Relevant legislation and policy to support the development of the strategy have been considered. Council's procurement policy contains an objective for Indigenous procurement opportunities to be considered in the municipality's procurement practices. The various trade agreements that the municipality are party to contain exemptions specific to Indigenous businesses, which allows the municipality to adopt procurement options to support Indigenous participation within our procurement practices. Two procurement options have been developed to maximize the objectives of the strategy, those being set-aside and Indigenous participation. A set-aside is a specific option where the procurement competition is restricted to local Indigenous businesses, and two forms of set-asides have been established, being mandatory and conditional set-asides. The Indigenous participation procurement option has been developed to be used when the set-aside option is not deemed to be applicable, and it would evaluate Indigenous ownership or Indigenous participation through subcontracting. This option is intended to be used on request for quotations or request for proposals. In addition to these procurement options being developed, the strategy also outlines mechanisms to verify Indigenous identification and includes meaningful matrices to evaluate the effectiveness of the framework. Through collaboration, the working group has reached a consensus to advance the strategy as developed. An implementation plan to commence building the foundation to support the successful adoption of the strategy has been considered. This plan includes detailed strategies for community outreach to build awareness, the creation of an Indigenous business directory, internal and external training, ongoing engagement initiatives, and commencing to pilot the procurement options that have been established. Building the foundation of the strategy is imperative prior to adoption, as it will provide the tools for successful implementation. Administration will continue to work with the working group to finalize proposed changes to the procurement strategy for Council's consideration by June 2026. This concludes our presentation. I would like to take a moment to thank the working group members for their efforts and dedication in developing this strategy, and we would be happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you, Rachel. And when we start with this this procurement policy, I think it's a great start in that we're looking at different ways to support local Indigenous starting off. Is there a way to, once this is completed, we look at other ways to look at renegotiating? I know we've already identified with RMA and AMA with the province of renegotiating Western trade agreements, those things changing. Doing this here, is it kind of a step in that direction where the country now is renegotiating with the United States on their trade agreements as a way for us to kind of bounce off that and start and keep other things going in the community?
Through the chair to the mayor, with regard to the specific trade agreements and the thresholds they have established, there is always the opportunity for lobbying to be done. However, the agreements that we are party to are at a provincial and a federal or international level, so it wouldn't necessarily be administration, but that opportunity exists.
Perfect, thank you. Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. It's good to see the work being done. How do you verify an Indigenous-owned company or their credibility of their business being Indigenous?
Through the chair to the council query, we did recognize that there could be the potential for falsely claiming that you were an Indigenous business. So we looked at third-party mechanisms that have a verification process that align to how we defined an Indigenous business within the strategy. So we would look for example, proof of membership with NABA, proof of membership with CCIB, which is the Canadian Council for Indigenous Businesses, seeing whether or not the Indigenous business is listed in the directory that's maintained by Indigenous Service Canada. And we also considered accepting a letter from the Nation Band Council or community organization confirming that the bidder has that membership within the Nation Band community and has the 51% ownership and control. We would then want that to be executed by a lawyer attesting to that.
How many, okay, that's a good one. I obviously know that there's been some identity stolen from a lot of the Indigenous businesses, but aside from that, how do you guys, have you guys asked NABA of the percentage of people that were actually not Indigenous owned and they were notified that they didn't qualify? Sorry.
Yeah, through the chair to the councillor, I did not ask that specific. What I should mention is, for example, when I spoke to the NABA membership, they have various different types of membership, but we would be seeking confirmation that it's that particular entity is an Aboriginal-owned business membership, as opposed to some of their other memberships that they offer. When we look at the bylaws of that association, they have the same criteria that we would look for in vetting that through the agreements that exist with the entity.
So to clarify, the Indigenous owned company needs to be the 51% owner of the company in order for it to be verified as an Indigenous owned company from the procurement policy that we've created, and that's how they'd get to work.
Through the
procurement, sorry.
Through the chair to the question, we do have the definition to include that at least 51% has to be owned and controlled by an Indigenous person.
And this can be found on what website if an Indigenous-owned company wanted to look it up?
Through the chair, sorry, to the question, we have yet to fully adopt the strategy. So what we're looking for now is the approval to go in and help build that foundation. A large part of that would be the community outreach to build the awareness, as well as developing an Indigenous business directory. Through that, then we can help identify the suppliers within the region that would qualify as an Indigenous business and be able to fully understand the services or goods that they can provide, so that when we bring the strategy, which would be form part of council policy, we would have that directory already built, so that then we could start to use the procurements in that manner.
Thank you. One last question. Besides Indigenous Rural Relations, what other organizations were involved besides NABA and IRR of our regional municipality with Buffalo? Is there any other Indigenous communities were involved?
Yes, through the chair to the question, there were, and unfortunately, when I came down this evening, I didn't bring the full listing, but I would be happy to provide that listing to council of the different entities that were involved.
Okay, do you guys have a timeline on when this website would be created for this procurement policy?
Through the chair to the question, there's currently information within our external website regarding what has been developed, or that we are working on the strategy. We could certainly look to put more information on that, especially it's going to become critical if the motion as presented is approved, because we're going to want to build that community awareness and do more of that outreach to build knowledge of the strategy coming into place.
Thank you. I have one more quick question. How many of the working group are Indigenous?
Through the chair to the question, I can't speak for certainty other than, for instance, I can say that I sit on the working group from an administration perspective, and I'm not, but I would rather send that information with the full listing of who's represented and on that working group. The invitations were only sent to Indigenous-owned businesses or social entities, as well as NABA.
That's all I got. Thank you for your presentation.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me a chance. Thank you very much, presenter, for giving a very nice presentation. I also appreciate Councillor Cardinal for looking after the interest of the Indigenous period for whose land we are enjoying. My question is that rightly so that you are looking after the interest of the Indigenous people. Is it, how do you identify that people are of the region? If you have said so, please clarify me what is the yardstick. You know, I feel that Indigenous of the region should be benefited first. Thank you.
Through the chair to the question, within the strategy, as a working group, we've worked on the definition of what would be considered a local Indigenous business. I can go into more definition of how we defined an Indigenous business. However, specific to the question, it would have to be an Indigenous business that holds a resident RMWB business license or an RMWB business license with a local civic address, legal land description.
Here my question is, I have seen in trucking and other businesses, wherever somebody wants to show his or her presence in the community, over a night they change the address, and after a week or so they become the locals. So I feel there should be a time period to see that how much time they have spent in the region, and that could be proved only by the certain connecting documents like visa, medical treatment, etc., etc. There should be a period, and that period should be about 3 years at least. This is my recommendation.
Is there
Thank
a
you.
question, Councilor Dogar?
I've already asked the question, Madam, sir, and that's why I'm explaining my position that it should not be overnight.
Do we have any other questions from council? Do we have any delegates to this item?
We have no delegates for this item.
Can I have someone make the motion? Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the municipal procurement strategy for Indigenous businesses report be accepted as information, and the administration, in collaboration with the Indigenous Procurement Working Group, begin the implementation of this strategy, including reviewing and updating the Procurement Council Policy SCM-100 and bring forward an update to Council by June of 2026.
Thank you, Councilor Benjoko, and thanks for the second, Councilor Bussier. Any other debate, discussion, or comments from council? Councilor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to add some of the specific points that myself and very good question by Councillor Dogar. There's some guidelines that may be specific to certain things that we need to work on. I'll support them. I'll support the information provided from the IRR, and thank you for your work.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Does any other councilor have any comments, questions, debate points? I'm not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote. In favor online, Councillor Walkwin, thank you. Councillor Dogar, thank you. In favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have Arts Inc. options. I'd like to invite Community Services to introduce the report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Tony Elliott, Acting Director for Community Services, and with me is Janelle Fleury, Manager of Community Partnerships and Initiatives. We are here to present for Council's consideration funding options for the Arts Incubator Project, an initiative of Arts Council Wood Buffalo. In June 2025, the Arts Council provided an update on their progress with the project, where they identified that, despite their best efforts, they have not been able to secure additional capital funding to complete the Arts Incubator. Arts Council provided administration with their Class A estimate to complete the project, and the projected cost to complete is $16,952,600. The first option for consideration is for the transfer of ownership of the building to the RMWB, and administration would take the responsibility of completing the Arts Incubator. Once complete, the municipality would engage the Arts Council to operate the facility as they had originally intended, as an important piece of arts infrastructure, including community galleries, artisan markets, theaters, and spaces for cultural activities. Including the cost of completion of the capital project, we estimate the total cost of investment, including the annual operating grant over the next 25 years, to be approximately $55,046,300.
The second option for Council's consideration is for Arts Council to retain ownership of the Arts Incubator and apply through the Community Investment Capital Grant Program. In July 2022, Council approved a grant of $5 million towards the project. With the change to the total project cost, the organization remains eligible for up to $6,403,650, which represents 50% of the total project cost. However, the Community Capital Grant is allocated by the Community Investment Program Approval Committee, or CPAC, and Council has delegated approval authority to CPAC for this grant stream. The total budget for 2026 capital allocations from CPAC is expected to be less than our Council's need. This means that even applying through CIP, Arts Inc. will not receive the maximum eligible amount, and this option would leave Arts Council with a shortfall over $10 million. Administration could assist Arts Council in their application efforts to secure funding from the provincial and federal government and other funders, but funding awards are not guaranteed. In June, Arts Council did identify to Council that if they cannot make the facility operational within 2 years, the financial burden would be too much, and they would have to consider divesting of the property and its future as an arts and cultural hub. Arts Council business case has been included with this report for review. Their vision aligns with the municipality's culture plan, public art plan, and the cultural infrastructure needs assessment. An Arts Incubator will fill a gap in the arts community, contributing significantly to the revitalization of the downtown core. This concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Janelle. Thanks, Tony. Do we have any questions of administration from council? Councilor Cardinal.
Thanks, Mayor. To the chair, to the presenters, thank you very much. Always do good work, ladies. Do we have, I don't believe we have any council-appointed committee members, to this?
Through the chair to the question, we do have a public art committee and the Community Investment Program Approval Committee. Both committees have council-appointed members.
Okay, but the Arts Council doesn't. No, okay.
Through the chair to the question, Arts Council Wood Buffalo is an independent nonprofit.
Okay. Public art, I remember that one. Thanks. All right.
This is Councilor Cardinal. Councilor Dogar, you have a question? You're on mute, Councilor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director, Interim Director. I wish you are regular permanent director. So my question is, sizable budget is, achieved from the province also. And I have seen very less involvement of province, apparently, as a councilman. Previously, I know that MLAs used to come to the council and present their point of view towards their contributions towards the different businesses and social organizations. But for the last few years, I didn't see any. So, is there anything that you do, silently with province and MLAs? Are they helping you or not? Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, Arts Council Wood Buffalo is in the gallery this evening. I believe they may be able to answer your question more thoroughly, but I do want to share that what we are aware of is they have applied for provincial funding and are continuing to apply. The funding currently is going to larger urban centers like Edmonton and Calgary. So they're competing with really rich, large communities with a lot of art infrastructure. And I know that I did attend their annual general meeting in maybe June, a couple months ago, and our MLAs were in attendance.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Dogar. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, ladies. Do we have any delegates to this item? We do. Diana D'Souza. You have a list. So again, Diana, just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present. And you just remain seated for questions, please.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't think I was first. For the record, my name is Diana D'Souza, CEO of the Fort McMurray Chamber of Commerce. Through the chair, thank you for the opportunity to present today. I'm here speaking on behalf of nearly 700 members of our business community, voices who believe a thriving arts sector is part of a thriving economy. I'm here to express support for option 1 in the Arts Inc. report, which calls for the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo to take ownership of the Arts Incubator project. Under this option, the municipality would purchase the property at 115 Manning Avenue for a nominal $1, allocate $16.95 million from the Capital Infrastructure Reserve to complete construction and enter into an operating agreement with Arts Council Wood Buffalo. The Arts Incubator is not simply a building, it's critical infrastructure. Modern, mature communities invest in arts and culture alongside roads, utilities, and schools because arts facilities foster innovation, creativity, and a sense of identity. In 2022, Arts Council Wood Buffalo received $5 million community capital grant to purchase and renovate the former landmark cinema into an arts incubator. The vision includes community galleries, artisan markets, theaters, and multipurpose spaces. Arts Council Wood Buffalo's business case shows that a successful Arts Inc. could become a self-sustaining non-profit offering long-term revenue, jobs, and growth of the local creative economy. This project aligns with Council's 2022 to 2025 strategic plan goals of building partnerships, strengthening the local economy, and revitalizing downtown. In other words, it fits squarely into our region's vision for economic diversification and quality of life. Option 1 offers a way forward. By taking ownership, the municipality ensures completion of the project and secures an asset that will serve generations. This investment must be viewed in context. Communities with robust arts infrastructure attract tourists, support small businesses, retain talented workers, and encourage innovation. Arts incubators are incubators of ideas. They provide shared workspaces, performance venues, and markets where creatives can experiment, collaborate, and eventually launch their own enterprises. This kind of cultural infrastructure is as important to a mature, sophisticated region as industrial parks are to a resource sector. It signals to residents and prospective newcomers that Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo is not just a place to work, it's a place to live and thrive. Option 2 leaves ownership with Arts Council Wood Buffalo, requiring the organization to raise millions more and risking project abandonment. The arts sector cannot shoulder that burden alone. Our municipality is still maturing. Stepping in now demonstrates that we value arts and culture as integral to our collective identity and economic future. Thank you, Councillor Boursier, for bringing this forward. In closing, I urge Council to adopt option 1. Investing in Arts Inc. is an investment in our region's maturity, attractiveness, and long-term prosperity. Thank you for your consideration. And a total offside, I think we need to do a small business incubator alongside it.
Well, you would have to talk to the business chamber to see what they would like.
Ready.
Perfect. Thanks, Anna. Do we have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing, so thank you, Diana. Next, we have Ms. Jenny Price. And Jenny, if you just want to say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present, and just remain seated for questions, please.
Good evening, Mayor Bowman and members of council. My name is Jenny Price, and I am the manager of the Suncor Energy Center for the Performing Arts. I am also the artistic director of Swamp Rat Experience. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening in support of option 1 as a path forward for Arts Inc. Arts Inc. is envisioned as an arts incubator, a space designed to meet the needs of local artists while also serving the wider community. This facility will include studios for musicians and visual artists, a small performance space, a flexible space for events, as well as a teaching kitchen. These are not luxuries. They are crucial pieces of infrastructure that we are currently missing in our municipality. In my role at SECPA, I have received multiple requests from individuals and organizations, for example, who want to rent the kitchen in our school for programs and instruction. Unfortunately, being an educational facility, we can't accommodate them. The demand, however, is there. A teaching kitchen at Arts Inc. would allow for culinary programs, cultural exchanges, and skill-building opportunities that the region cannot offer today. The need extends far beyond kitchen space. With the closure of the Arts Center at Keano College, we also lost the only purpose-built studio spaces that were available to the public for rent. Since then, artists and teachers have been scrambling to find suitable spaces to practice and teach. The current reality is that those spaces simply don't exist. The result is that talented people in our community, people who want to contribute, create, and share, are left without the tools they need. By fully funding Arts Inc., Council would not only be filling this gap, but also making a long-term investment in the vibrancy of our community. Arts Inc. will support economic diversification, create opportunities for downtown revitalization, and foster a stronger, more connected community. When people have access to the arts, they are more likely to stay, to invest in their community, and to raise their families here. We all know that sports and recreation are vital to community life, and our municipality has wisely invested in arenas, fields, and recreation centers. But a well-rounded community must also provide space for the arts. Arts Inc. is an essential piece of infrastructure, just as important as a rink, a park, or a water pumping station. It serves the same purpose, ensuring that the citizens of Wood Buffalo have the opportunities and resources they need to thrive. Arts Inc. is not just a building. It is a commitment to the people who live here. It says to musicians, painters, culinary artists, teachers, and students, you belong here. Your work matters. We value you. I encourage you to see this project not as an expense, but as an investment in the future of Wood Buffalo. Fully funding Arts Inc. will pay dividends in community pride, downtown renewal, and economic development for years to come. Thank you, Mayor Bowman and Council, for your time and for your commitment to building a strong, well-rounded community. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Jenny. Do we have any questions from Council? Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. I didn't know that Keano closed their doors, but aside from that, you guys' working group, do you guys analyze how many facilities and I guess infrastructure that's in place now that's shared with the whole community? I don't know if that's the part.
So just as a point of clarification, I'm not a member of Arts Council Wood Buffalo. I'm just here speaking in favor of option 1, so I'm not sure which working group you're referring to.
Okay, I'll save that question for them.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Thanks.
Does anyone have any other questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Jenny. Leanna Wielden and Teresa Wells. Yes. As you both probably know, say your name for the record, 5 minutes to present, and remain seated for questions.
Good evening, Mayor Bowman and council members. I'm Leanna Wielden, Executive Director for Arts Council Wood Buffalo, and with me is Board Vice Chair Teresa Wells. Thank you for letting us speak to this agenda item. Arts Council has been working diligently toward executing the Arts Incubator project since 2017, from extensive community engagement to completing a full ready-to-tender design package to grant and fundraising initiatives. As highlighted in our recent information update to Council, the municipality provided Arts Council with $5 million in 2022 to kickstart the project, and we were able to leverage this funding to obtain an additional $1.7 million in donations and grants from 2023 to present. Arts Council staff have applied for over 25 grants in the past 14 months exclusively for Arts Inc., in addition to pursuing corporate and other private sponsorships, and have 3 large funding requests currently pending for approximately $5 million. 10 of the over 25 grant applications have been successful. However, the project requires significant investment to continue moving forward. Federal arts funders, such as Canadian Heritage, have taken considerable cuts to their annual budgets and are facing an additional 15% reduction, again for fiscal 2026. Although they are supportive of the Arts Inc. project, they no longer have the financial means to contribute to its completion.
Arts Council has applied for provincial capital funding for the 2026 fiscal year in our 3rd attempt to secure their support, at a cost of approximately $30,000 annually in staff and contractor time, which could be better invested in the development of the property. Arts Council would like to thank Councillor Bussier for pointing out the significant disparity of funding for arts recreation versus sport recreation at the June 10th Council meeting, particularly in the area of capital investment. While the numbers presented to complete Arts Inc. and open it for the public seem large, the projected total investment of approximately $55 million over 25 years ensures a gateway to broad opportunities for residents and visitors to engage with arts and culture. Arts and culture have been identified as a necessary social support, yet the region is still without infrastructure to support this sector. The public reaction to the further closure of art spaces at Keano College indicates the importance to the community at large. Studies conducted by the RMWB, particularly the Culture Master Plan, Cultural Infrastructure Needs Assessment, Municipal Development Plan, and the Downtown Area Redevelopment Plan, indicate that continued partnership and sustainable resourcing of the arts is critical for the ongoing development of the region.
Quality of life and attracting people and investment is directly linked to arts and culture. As our region develops, Arts Inc. will play a key role in attracting and retaining residents, as well as supporting the continued well-being of the community. Arts Inc. will be a place of discoveries and connections and a place of healing and cultural celebration, providing services that are essential to community well-being while fostering a vibrant, creative economy. Looking at other similar-sized municipalities, Wood Buffalo is lacking in support for the arts, and this potential partnership between Arts Council and the municipality is a perfect remedy to that gap. The Municipal Development Plan, item 4.2, promoting vibrant arts, sections A, B, and C highlight continuing, quote, support of Arts Council to open spaces and promote growth, collaborate with those seeking to explore opportunities to create and attract permanent residents and cultural institutions to the region, and implement the strategies outlined in the Wood Buffalo Culture Plan, end quote, all of which this proposal aligns with. Arts Council has demonstrated sound financial management since its incorporation in 2012 and has a long history of collaboration with the municipality. Arts Council updates the financial modeling for the operation of the Arts Incubator annually, and it demonstrates a clear path toward being a successful social enterprise, contributing to the sustainability of Arts Council.
The Board of Arts Council Wood Buffalo is unanimously in favor of supporting option 1, strengthening our partnership with the municipality and enabling our organization to improve delivery of the much-needed services to the region. We hope that you will vote in favor of option 1, RMWB ownership as presented by administration, wording of the motion that the RMWB make a nominal purchase of the property, complete renovations of the facility, and enter into an operating agreement with Arts Council Wood Buffalo upon completion of the project. Thank you sincerely for your consideration this evening.
Thank you, Leanna. Thank you, Teresa. One quick question before I go to my colleagues. So in the original plan, we gave you $5 million. Some businesses gave you some money. The province would give money. The federal government would give money. Let's say you got to the total build and you built it. What was the plan after it was built to finance it, the operating?
Through the chair to Mayor Bowman, as a charity, we will always be looking for grants and donations and sponsorships. There are multiple revenue generating possibilities with the Arts Incubator, and it is designed to be a social enterprise. So any revenues generated will be funneled back into the operations of the property. So there are 3 parking areas attached to the property, one on either side of the building and the property across the street, all of which can be developed. And we have had 3 businesses reach out looking to lease those parking spaces. We do have an active lease currently for one of the lots. We will have a mezzanine space built into Arts Incubator, which will offer subsidized rent for nonprofits within the community, St. Aidan's, Wood Buffalo Pride, or the Multicultural Association. 2 of those organizations we have memorandums of understanding with. So those rent revenues, usage of the facility. So to paraphrase Alex Sarian from Arts Commons in Calgary, who was up here doing a presentation for us, we'll charge you full price to have your wedding at Arts Inc., but we're going to charge you as little as possible to come in and rehearse on the drums. So
He said a lot of things in that.
yeah.
Just wondering what you were going to quote. He did say "Go Oilers" at one point.
Right.
Yeah, so it's possible that after a few years, it will be the operating will be self-sustainable.
That is the intention, yes. The financial modeling I've done 7 years of with a path of reducing our sustaining grant reliability. We will never, of course, be an entirely independent for-profit business as a charity. The CRA would frown on that. I mean, if it was so successful that happened, I'd happily renounce our charitable status. But the reality is the arts don't necessarily pay for themselves in that way, but the social credit that they derive is immeasurable. But there are definitely ways to monetize to make this a viable social enterprise.
Perfect, thank you. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for the nice presentation. Well done. And I see you quite vibrant, professional in your approach that I seen and observed for the last many years. And I also heard you as CIP presiding over the meeting. It was excellent. As you have given information about the CIP investment in different organizations, I hope where your budget has been cut down and many others have also been cut down. So I would appreciate if sometime you also highlight that I have also seen as a member of the board that some organization has been given politically obliged, some extra has been given, and they have also confessed in their
Councillor
own
Dogar, do you have
way.
any question related to the motion?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, to give a question, I have to give a prelude that what is in my mind. You know, if Autism Society president, she can highlight that such and such organization got more than them, you know, that is a positive. And I started looking towards that organization which was unnecessarily paid, and I felt so there is something genuine in that.
I appreciate that you might be trying to get something across here, but we're not discussing CIP funding. That's not the discussion right now.
Mr. Mayor, I am the shortest speaker in the municipality council. You know, whenever I try to speak, you try to
Councillor Dogar,
discourage.
okay, stop, please. Do you have a question related to Arts Inc. and the building?
Mr. Mayor, the question would be towards the end, once I make.
Do you have a question related to Arts Inc. or the building?
No, I am asking that as a CIP chair, she must have seen where the extra political bribe is given. I have felt there is given, but I can't say so.
I'm going to call a point of order if no one else is. Can you please ask a question?
Ask for a point of order wherever there is something wrong from your side.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Point of order to call Dogar. If you don't have a question, I'll move on to the next person. Councillor Benjoko.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. Quite appreciate that. I see that, first of all, I appreciate the work that you guys do in the community. And I know it's a vital part of our existence in the region. So you've applied and you keep applying for some more grants. So I'm sitting here thinking, if option one goes through and you then get some large amount of money from the province or federal, from someone who is watching tonight, then what will be the plan?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, all of the grants that we currently have and the 5 that are currently pending all would apply whether the property is owned by the municipality or owned by Arts Council with Buffalo. The only one that would be in question would be the provincial capital grant that is not eligible for municipalities. Municipalities would apply under the municipal infrastructure stream. So that is the grant that we have applied. We've submitted already for 2026 for $7 million. But again, we're competing with Edmonton, who has several large infrastructure projects now pending. They've funded about $150 million to Calgary over the past couple of years. So I would guess Edmonton is next, and we are probably 3 or more years down the road before they would fund us. Anything is possible. If by some chance we achieved the 2026 funding, we would not be eligible if the municipality owned it, and we would have to obviously notify the grant officers, depending on which way this decision goes this evening. But I can tell you that as the executive director, I've worked quite a bit with the minister's office to try to get the Minister of Arts, Culture and Status of Women up here to meet with us. We have had a virtual meeting and spoken about the project, but the priority is not funding the arts in Wood Buffalo, I'm afraid. So I think it's a bit of a lost cause.
Yeah, thank you. And my other question is about the possible operating agreement. What would that look like? Has this happened before, and how does it work? And what would be the estimated exposure in terms of dollars? I wanted to ask about sustainability, but that you've cleared. But annually, what can we expect?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, I can't speak terribly knowledgeably to administration's budget numbers because I wasn't part of putting those together. I did provide them with our projected 5-year operating. They have projected, I believe it was $600,000 annually for operating within this motion, the information that they've brought forward this evening.
Okay.
And at the overall budget that I had created for Arts Incubator, once it is operational, we're looking at about $2 million to operate the Arts Center in total. That would encompass all other grants, donations, sponsorships, it's payroll and all of the maintenance and all of that. So all of those numbers will shift if it's municipally maintained. Okay. So that would be a better question for administration for sure at this point.
Okay. Okay. I don't think anybody is ready for the question yet. Maybe it's premature. And
I have a question for them.
I can wait for the answer, but it's something to consider as we look at option 1 for sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Majoko. Councilor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair. Thanks for the presentation, ladies. Just maybe extending on Councilor Banjoko's question, the funding model or includes some naming rights. And so I guess, how are we doing with that? I know you had offered up a bunch of opportunities for businesses and individuals to purchase advertising, naming opportunities.
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, yes, we have. We have entered into a multi-year agreement with Boucher for the Boucher Teaching Circle. Birch Mountain Enterprises is in a multi-year agreement as well, supporting the adaptable space within the facility. And we're in conversations with 2 large organizations for naming the entire property and then one of the other facilities within, but not at liberty to share who those people are, but yes, we are actively seeking sponsorship. We've also worked quite a bit with two different organizations, national organizations. One is called Arts Fest and Global Philanthropic Canada, which is actually global, but they have a Canadian division, and they're organizations dedicated to fundraising and sponsorship, and they've been mentoring partnerships manager Deandon Mbangwe and giving us some very good advice about our case for support and helping us to connect with businesses that we wouldn't be able to connect with just on our own. So not just regional businesses that we're looking to, provincial and national as well, to bring money in from the outside.
Okay, I guess just a question. I don't think we ever expected, or I know you didn't, to be back here to ask for money to complete the project. I guess now, having gone through the whole experiment, what's the take back? Like, what would you do differently, or what would the organization do differently?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussières, that's a very good question. I think that I know that we really did our due diligence as far as research went, benchmarking to other facilities. We worked really closely with C-Space in Calgary, who launched a similar, much larger project, but they were very generous, sharing all of their plans and their mistakes and so on. So we went forward with a very strong business plan, a very strong budget. I think if we could go back in time and be doing this in 2000, that would probably be really great. I don't feel like there's anything that we've done particularly wrong. It's a lot of bad timing. The tariffs, the situation in the United States and how it's affecting Canada, global economy, the pandemic, all of it factors in. So we constantly do look at what else can we do, what can we do better, how can we sell it more, and hence the reason we seek so much mentorship from other organizations. I think one of the strengths of Arts Council is that we're not afraid to say, I don't know, can you help me? Like, this isn't an ego project. This is about something that the community needs. So I can't say one thing that I think, gosh, we should, dang it, if only we hadn't done that, but
I think I would just add that when we started on Arts Inc., I think we had a great deal of faith that the province would invest in arts in Wood Buffalo. And what we've learned over time is that just hasn't seemed to materialize, and that investment has instead been going to major urban centers like Calgary and Edmonton.
Okay, and through the chair, I certainly wasn't blaming you. I think it's a combination, and thank you, Teresa. I think, unfortunately, maybe the other two levels of government maybe didn't come through, and whether it was in writing or verbal or whatever, it's just disappointing, because I think at one time between the two levels, I think there was going to be a significant amount of money provided, and I don't think that happened, unfortunately, but I don't know what the numbers were, but yeah, no, I appreciate your work on this. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Bussières. I have one last question. And it's kind of what Councilor Bussières mentioned. When you first brought this forward, it's probably one of the best written, best presented presentations I've seen in 4 years, absolutely. Was this model ever discussed before you brought that model forward? A model where the RMWB would buy a building, get it ready, and you would operate it?
Through the chair to Mayor Bowman, we did talk with the administration at that time, and there was not an interest to bring that idea forward. We did talk about partnerships or ways that Arts Council could be more rolled into the municipality, if you will. In many cities, the Arts Council is the funding body of the municipality for the arts. So the Edmonton Arts Council, for instance, Calgary Arts Development, there wasn't the appetite for that or the understanding of the importance of the arts, and I think that has grown within administration at mayor and council level, and also, I mean, in our community at large. So it's something that Arts Council looked at. It wasn't embraced, and so we looked at how could we do this on our own. And, you know, I'm very glasses 3/4 full kind of a gal, but it's been more of a slog than I maybe anticipated.
Well, you're here, the glass is still 3/4 full.
Yes. Always.
Does anyone have any other questions for the presenters? Councilor Cardinal?
Thanks. Earlier in your presentation, I recall hearing that I just wanted to know if you charge rental fees and stuff, do you still classify as a charity?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, yes, as a charity can operate as a social enterprise, so any revenues that are generated have to be fed back into either Arts Council Wood Buffalo or the Arts Incubator to provide a programming or subsidized rates for artists to use the space. So as long as we're using it to further arts and culture and stay true to our mandate as an arts organization, then that's fine. If we were to open a car wash, we would have a problem, but we can do this.
Okay. Numbers-wise, 16 million is a lot of money. I know that the project is big as well. Financial numbers for. Can I talk about wages and salaries at all? I can't remember. No. Okay. I'll leave that one. Okay. Can we? I don't know if I missed it, but I haven't seen the exact numbers of the cost of the building, right? And also how the budget is fully put in place for it to reach the number of 16 million, because I don't think I've seen the concrete numbers crunching for it to reach the number of 16 million. Did you guys provide that?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, I have provided that to administration and can easily send it to all of you as well.
Okay.
And it was in our initial presentation in 2022. Of course, it has changed over the years, but.
Okay, with the 5 million specifics on spending, the upgrades to the building, how much in upgrades was done to the building for infrastructure out of the 5 million?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, we received the 5 million, 2.9 million of it was to purchase the properties, and the rest has gone to support phase 1, which is the roof and electrical and the interior demolition and upgraded safety and security lighting. So the entire 5 million has been spent on the project at this point. So 2.1 million for upgrades to this point.
Okay, thanks. In the rural communities, how many rural employees do you guys have?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, we have one rural staff member who lives in Fort Chipewyan, Donna Abashan, and we have a rural support coordinator who lives here in Fort McMurray who serves Anzac primarily. We have strong partnerships in Anzac, but we have done programming in Conklin, Fort McKay.
What's the provincial capital grant number that you said? Was it 7 million that you applied for?
Yes.
What's the response or results that you got for that?
We won't know the response until February 28th of 2026. And so when they release the provincial budget, we will hopefully find our name somewhere within their report. They don't respond per se. You either get it or you don't get it. And so far we have not.
So, and Minister of Arts and Culture, is that the formal name?
A Minister of Arts, Culture, and Status of Women.
Status of Women, okay. How was the communications with them?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, they're limited. I mean, she's a very in-demand minister, as all the ministers are quite busy. We have a very strong relationship with the Alberta Foundation for the Arts, which is the provincial funding body for arts, and that is who we go through in order to prepare our application to the province. And then it's reviewed by a committee of, I believe, about 15 people. Those scorings are put together and projects are put forward to the minister. The minister then decides whether those projects should move forward to Treasury. Treasury then decides if those should be funded, and then they go to the Premier, who then works with finance to just a little bit of red tape.
Okay, thank you. If given, the funding of option 1, who would allocate the funding? Would it be? I don't think it would be the Public Art Committee, would it?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, no, the Public Art Committee is a municipal department that deals with the mural programs, Ignite, the festivals, that sort of thing. The financial department, I'm assuming, of the municipality, like it wouldn't be even CIP, it would be Tony Elliott. Whomever.
Okay. So we talk about a board, right? I believe you said you're the vice chair?
Yes.
Okay. What's your board called?
Arts Council Wood Buffalo. So
Arts
we're the board of
Council Wood
director
Buffalo.
of Arts Council Wood Buffalo, yes.
So upon request, would the funding go into a separate bank account or would it be a municipal account?
I think that might be a question for administration because should option one be selected, we would actually be, the city would be taking on ownership of the building and funding the completion of the renovation of the building. So I would assume that would be handled through the administration.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe Lori can answer that, Councillor Cardinal.
Oh, she's the vice.
Hi.
You're asking about funding.
The funding would go into one of our reserves, and it would be committed to support the initiative if approved by council.
So the board would recommend how the funds are allocated in operations move forward? No?
No, I would believe we would have a project, we'd have a project plan, there would be a contract entered into. It would be probably managed by our facility group or our project management office. And the funds would be drawn down as the project commenced. Does that answer your question?
Somewhat, yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
I don't have any more questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Looking at the Alberta Foundation for the Arts, their provincial budget is $46 million for the entire province. So even if we were to get funding based on that, and even seeing it, it would probably still just be a small drop of that and would not come close to funding what you need.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, they fund individual artists, arts organizations. They provide operating funds for us and other community support organizations. They're a support organization as well, so we work with them as a grant officer, but the funding comes from the provincial capital fund. So it's not something that's managed by the Alberta Foundation for the Arts at all, beyond the point of them helping us with the application, recommending it, and being able to speak as knowledgeable stakeholders to the people on the committee. They don't make any decisions. They're impartial.
So they're not the funding model for the government? Okay.
Not for this, no, not for the capital.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This question is to you. Do you have some role in giving CIP grants to some of the organizations within our municipality?
I didn't understand the question. Do you want to be clear?
Oh, I shall repeat it again. Do you influence CIP committee to give some of the grants to some of the CIP in our own region?
I'll say no, I don't give any grants. And what does that have to do with Arts Inc. and their building?
Yes, because somebody alleged in the social media, then I checked it from that organization.
Thank you,
They said
Councillor
yes,
Weigel.
yes,
That's a point of
very-
order, Councillor Dogar. Thanks for joining in. Do you have any other questions for the presenters?
It is a democracy, Mr. Mayor. I can ask questions. That.
I'm going to
maybe
call a point of order
question-
again, and one more time, Councillor Dogar, and I'll be asking you to leave the meeting, and we'll be voting to let you back in, and I'll be voting no.
I apologize if you feel it that way, but it is a freedom of speech, and we can ask it any. Huh? So why?
Okay,
just,
Councillor Dogar, I'm going to ask you to leave the meeting, and we'll vote to let you back in.
No.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, this is not
Can you
very fair.
turn them off?
No.
Another point of order is called, Councilor Dogar, so I'm asking you to leave the meeting, and we'll vote to allow you back in. Okay, with that, I'll call for a vote to allow Councilor Dogar back in. I'll be voting no, obviously. All in favor of allowing him to join back in the meeting? And against? He won't be gone until he's done this meeting. Yeah. Well, it's either that or listen to that all night. Okay, I'll call for a revote in favor of allowing him back in the meeting. And against? So it's 3-3. So allowed him back in? Okay, it's defeated. Thank you. So that's defeated. He'll be staying out of the meeting. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for the presenters related to Arts Inc. in the building? No. Do you have a question, Councillor Cardinal? Go ahead.
I know that you're discussing a little bit about the research. Maybe clarify a little bit about the research that you're talking about, please.
Sure. Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, in 2015-2016, we had contracted Hill Strategies, which is a national arts-based research firm, to look at the state of the sector of the arts in Fort McMurray with Buffalo. They engaged with, I'm going to say 700 community members at that time, and had statistics created that 85% of Wood Buffalo residents that participated felt that arts and culture was critical to a greater quality of life. There was a statistic about youth in sports recreation versus arts recreation, which measured pretty much equal. I believe it was 84% in sports recreation and 86% in arts recreation at that time. I would imagine if we updated that, it wouldn't change terribly much. You can't have enough dance teachers. You can't have enough piano teachers in this region. There are 5 elementary and high schools that have arts interwoven within their curriculum. So it is a very important part of the region. With the feasibility study that we did for the Arts Incubator in 2019-2020, again, we did quite a bit of community engagement with that and came up again with really similar statistics. About 49% of the people that engaged in the surveys for the feasibility study did not identify as artists, and 46% identified as artists. But across the board, a place for the arts where you could find art, where you could connect with art and culture, where artists could create, was loud and proudly shouted out for. We did include Fort Chipewyan and Fort McKay and Conklin and Janvier in that sampling as well. And also through the Arts Recovery Project post-wildfire, funded by the Canadian Red Cross for 2.5 years, we had a project dedicated to supporting artists that, like many small businesses, lost their tools, their means of making a living due to losing their homes and workspaces. And again, without fail, a place to be able to safely create something purpose-built so that they are not breathing in toxic fumes, so that they have the ability to participate in large-scale public art calls. I remember having a conversation with Councillor McGrath many years ago when the piece along the water, the river, what is that? Reflections on the waterfront. Why didn't local artists make that? But there is nowhere that a local artist could create a large-scale sculpture like that. Arts Inc. isn't really going to provide that either. I mean, gladly they can use the parking lot, but this infrastructure just doesn't exist. And we have professional researchers that have done it. We have our internal staff that have done research. And then we also have the engineering firm that did the feasibility study, Akron Engineering, that benchmarked to municipalities and cities across Canada, across the province, of course. So there's a myriad research available, I can absolutely share that with you as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Any other questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thank you both. And council is going to take a 5-minute
Thank you.
break here. Be back. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Moving on with delegates. Don Scott. And Don, if you want to say your name for the record, you have 5 minutes to present and remain seated for questions, please.
Don Scott. Hi, everyone. Nice to see you all. And I just want to thank you all for your service. I know serving on council or as mayor is no easy task, and on behalf of the community, we are all grateful for your service. I think you're approaching the end of your term, so it's great that you served so well and so hard. And for those of you who had the conviction to show up in person for these meetings, I am grateful to see that you do that. You've demonstrated that you care enough about your residents to be here, so well done. So I support option 1, as many of the other speakers have, and I'm here on my own, not speaking on behalf of any of the other organizations that I am involved with. And I want to first mention that I think arts infrastructure is an investment. It's not an expense, which is a term that sometimes you hear used. And if you think about the arts infrastructure that we have in this community and you compare it to other areas of Alberta, I think you'll see that there's a pretty big gap. And I know that the mayor will be interested in this because I know that he and I share jealousy of both Calgary and Edmonton with how much they like to spend on everything. But the Calgary arts infrastructure includes a $660 million budget supported by all levels of government. Edmonton has an art gallery, the Citadel Theatre, and the Winspear Centre. And there is a significant effort in other communities. Now, I realize that those communities have the support of the provincial government when it comes to investing in the arts and in infrastructure generally. But what I would say, and I know that there's been an application and it just hasn't seen the traction that we would like it to see in this situation. We cannot sit around and wait for other levels of government. Otherwise, nothing will get done when it comes to the arts and sometimes infrastructure generally, or sometimes just getting things done in this community. This is the level of government that's closest to the residents. This is the level of government that it can actually take action and get things done. Sometimes it's the responsibility of other levels of government. Sometimes it would be beneficial if they took into account how much this region puts out to the rest of Alberta and to Canada as far as financial benefits, but that isn't always the case. So we need to take care of ourselves and make sure that we're showcasing the best of this community. And I believe that this investment will showcase the best of our community. One thing that I've observed over the years, and I'm sure others have spoken to it, is not every person in the community loves sports. I know, Mayor, you are a big sports person. When I was younger, I was a big sports person. I loved every sport going. But over the years, I have met many, many people who love the arts. They love painting. They love playing in a band. They love piano. There are so many different elements to the arts that I couldn't name them all. And I believe that a strong community needs a comprehensive cultural environment, not only a sports-connected environment, and we have one of the best in Canada, I believe, but also an arts environment. And I know it's been done previously, but some of the critical sports infrastructure we have, and I'm proud that we have it, but I'm just saying that we can do better in the arts. We have Shell Place that was about 127 million, Conklin Multiplex about 40 million, Anzac Recreation Center about 40 million, Northside Twin Arenas projected 50 million. So those numbers alone would equal about 257 million. So what the ask is here today is a small portion of the investment that we are prepared to make in other areas. And I recognize that we're not as big as Calgary, we're not as big as Edmonton, and maybe there are fewer people, although if we don't provide an environment where everybody has opportunity, then how will we ever know? So I really want to encourage this council to take the initiative. Don't rely on other levels of government, otherwise you'll be waiting forever. And support option 1 would be my strong advocacy on this issue. And I just want to thank you once again for hearing me. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Don. Do we have any questions for presenter? Guess there's nobody online. It doesn't look there is. Thanks, Don. Appreciate it.
Take care. Thank you, everyone.
Mr. Matt Salem. And do you need music, Matt?
Yes, please.
So if you just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present, and just remain seated for questions, Matt.
Okay. Thank you to Council and Your Honor for having me today. My name is Matt Salem, and I am here. I am a full-time artist, one of the very few that we have in our community, as well as a local small business owner. So I am also a paying member of both the Arts Council and, Diana's gone, but the Chamber of Commerce as well. But I'd like to first address what I'm sure many of you are likely thinking. I am not here to announce my candidacy for mayor or city council. Pause for laughter. However, I am here to full support of option 1, RMWB ownership for the Arts Incubator. When Keyano College shuttered the Arts Center earlier this year, our creative community lost most of the affordable space we had to work, rehearse, or even showcase our craft. We've been piecing things together ever since. The Arts Incubator isn't just a nice idea, it's the solution our community has been waiting for. It's a space where ideas, businesses, and creative careers can actually grow roots here in Wood Buffalo, while also giving our community a hub that will spark new partnerships, cultural events, and economic opportunity. Just look at what some of the artists in this community have done recently with the 2024 mural project, transforming some of our local establishments from simple blots on the landscape to something picturesque. Imagine how far they could go with a place that would help them harness that potential. And I'd just like to speak just briefly on what Leanna from the Arts Council said. Leanna is the leading person, I would say, when it comes to grant opportunities. I've worked with the Arts Council now for years, and anytime I have a question or a concern about a grant, I go to Leanna. And when people come to me with questions about how they can fund their projects, I send them to Leanna. So if there was a way to get a grant to get this thing off the ground, they would have found it by now. Her team work hard and they work long, and I've seen it myself firsthand. There is so much talent in this region, people who just need the right space to thrive, and the Arts Incubator will not only support them, but also help Fort McMurray show the rest of Alberta that arts belong here and that we will invest in them. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Do we have any questions for Mr. Salem? I'm not seeing you, Matt. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Steve Reeve. And Steve, just want to say your name for the record. You have 5 minutes to present, and just remain seated for questions, please.
Absolutely, yes. My name is Steve Reeve. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Some of you may recognize me as one of our few radio guys in town, radio hosts. So I've been told I can speak fast. I'll try to do that. Others may know me from way back, like taking Taekwondo as a kid. Yellow belt, I made it. I've been here a large number of years through my life, and I'm an artist who wears a lot of hats. Additionally, I've even worked at the now demolished Fort Theatre and McCinema 6, the intended site of the future Arts Inc. project. That was back when both were owned by May Theatres, and it was a place where people would gather to watch movies and take in stories. And now it has the chance to be a place where people gather to create and share art and form their own stories. It's more than just poetic, it's vitally important. I've worn a lot of creative hats. A big hat these days is filmmaking, in addition to radio and voice work. In fact, I'm a part of a creative team alongside Matt Salem, who you just heard from, who produced a documentary on the subject of what artists in Wood Buffalo need. and surrounding the Arts Inc. project. Stay tuned for rendering visions coming to a screen near you. I'll get back to that in just a second. To cut to the thick of it, I have benefited in my life immensely from access to arts and arts infrastructure long term. I'm talking decades. And I've also been able to see slow and steady erosion of our arts infrastructure and arts education through decades. We are the frog in the boiling pot, just becoming aware of the situation, truly. Other erosions that have seen, Arts Council, the Arts Center, my apologies, at Keano College was added a decade after the theater was completed. That was in 1990. Arts education expansion followed that, and for a time it was good, but by the 2000s, courses began to dwindle. Small portions of the facility were repurposed bit by bit until the recent Swan Song that saw the recital theater turned into a lecture hall, the fine arts rooms jammed with an ambulance, as well as the dance and music instruction that was utilized until the middle of this summer this year, now gone, and trying desperately to find other solutions. Other erosions that have been seen include mismanagement and disillusion of Interplay, our flagship performing arts festival. Just one striking example. Financial support for art has never been a balanced scale, but when compared to sports support, as we've heard a lot of tonight, it is not balanced. I get it. Ice surfaces are in demand. Parents want their children to take part in Canadian culture and share in a beloved pastime, but I argue that arts is just as vital to everyone living within a community and just as much a part of our northern identity, our national identity, and it has taken many hits. Meanwhile, for the better part of the last decade, while this erosion has been ongoing, the idea has been formed in earnest to safeguard access to arts infrastructure and arts education. In the wake of the 2016 wildfire, the need for space for artists was identified as absolutely vital. And that has been met with the Arts Inc. project. It won't bring back what has been lost, but the need has only become more apparent. It's clear that people and organizations in the community are feeling the lack and trying to build back as well. Otherwise, we wouldn't have seen the second year of the grassroots Fort McMurray Fringe Festival over this past weekend. But more intentional support is needed. Brings me back to the documentary we produced that circles Arts Inc. Not only did every local artist that we interviewed, some of whom are in the audience, or in the room tonight, spoke to, identified independently that space was the biggest challenge to furthering their craft. And it was clear that space in the long term is vital. So I'm here to advocate for the presented option 1, installing Arts Council Wood Buffalo as stewards and operators of the Arts Inc. facility. And I'd like to advocate for that term to be long term. We need access, and we need it through time, through decades. An answer in response to the decades of erosion that our community has seen. Arts Inc. itself won't be enough, and so we will need to look to the future continuously, but it is the subject under discussion tonight, and it is so far unrealized with the power to make that a change tonight. Before generations can meet inside Arts Inc., we need to get it done, and it has never been more necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And Matt said one of you were dancing, so.
Do I have time? Did I eat my 5 minutes?
You're up, yeah. So have any questions for the presenter? There's no questions. Thanks,
Okay.
Steve.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Drochet. And Mike, if you just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present, please remain seated afterwards, please.
Apparently I have less than that. So I've been told. Mike DeRocher. Tonight you've heard a lot of polished reports. Mine's not going to be that polished. 2011, Keano College had a vibrant art program that was shut down. Since that time, we've seen a decay of our arts in our area. So as you can tell, tonight I'm here to present and advocate for option 1 as well, as you've heard almost everybody. Taking us back, when we lost the Arts Center at Keano College, we lost a vital cog to our community. I've been here now for 28, going on 29 years, and I've attended many, many presentations by the governments at all different levels, advocating and expressing the need for arts in the community of all types. And they've advocated, it says, if you want to grow your community, if you want a community with an identity, you need a vibrant arts community within that community. We've sort of destroyed ours. We need to bring that back, and I think this is a vital step to bring that back. I'm going to go back a bit, and I'm going to talk about sports, because that seems to be what everyone really understands. Sports, when I first got here, were non-existent. On a national stage, nobody cared. Nobody even looked at Fort McMurray. We were a joke at almost any level. But you look at what we've got now. We are recognized nationally as a powerhouse. How did we do that? I hate to say it, but that's money. That's support. That support can do the same thing in the arts community as it did for sports. We can rise into a national power, a national community that is understood and appreciated by the people throughout Canada through the arts. But it needs that support. This building is a small cog in that, and it's a small price compared to what we've paid to produce the same results in sports. This building becomes an epic center for artists to come. When they see that you support this center, you have artists that may come back, because we lost all the arts when, not all the arts, sorry guys, but we lost a lot of the top of the pyramid. So when you think of arts, you think of the base roots, the middle group, and the top. Top used to be, in most communities, your post-secondary education instructors that went out to the community, that bonded with the community and made something with it. We lost that. We have artists picking up the slack. We have a lot of the bottom group, the base, picking up that work. But it's not the same. We need the incubator to help attract those top tiers back and to make this community more of what it can be. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Do we have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, but thank you so much, Mike. Miss Luana Boussier. And Luana, if you just want to say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present and remain seated for questions, please.
I will. For the record, my name is Luana Boussier. I'm the executive director of St. Aidan's Society. I'm also Lance's sister, just FYI. And St. Aidan's is a social profit agency in Fort McMurray that provides supports and services to older adults. Since 2019, we've been proud partners with Arts Council Wood Buffalo on a multitude of programs and projects that help seniors connect them to creative expression, reduce their isolation, and strengthen their well-being. I've seen firsthand the value of Arts Council's work, not only for seniors, but for our entire community. That's why I'm here tonight in strong support of the Arts Incubator project, and I want to urge Council to also pursue option 1 of administration's recommendations. I will not reiterate what's all been said because I know it's going to be a long evening for all y'all, so I will just say that by assuming ownership and completing this project, you as a municipality are securing a valuable piece of arts and culture infrastructure for our community. And in the council report, it shows, that's online, it says to provide Arts Council with a operating agreement following the completion, which is a brilliant idea because it allows Arts Council to do what they do best, and that's to bring arts and culture to life in Fort McMurray and the region. And I just wanted to note, in case you didn't read it in your package, that this also aligns beautifully with your strategic goals of building partnerships, supporting the local economy, and revitalizing downtown. For seniors in Fort McMurray and our region, Arts Inc. will be a place to connect, create, and belong. It will reduce isolation, improve well-being, and help them remain active, valued members of our community. So on behalf of St. Aidan's Society, and the seniors that we serve, I ask you to move forward with option 1 and make Arts Inc. a reality. Thank you. And after I just yelled at Mike and told him to be quick, I'm going to go off script and just add something which will drag it out a little longer. My apologies. I do just want to say, as a peer of Leanna's, and we speak often, and as people who have been around for a while, I think we lean on each other a lot. I can attest to how much work that woman has put in to trying to secure funding. I know she was absolutely gutted. She wouldn't say it, but I will. I know there was implied commitment from different levels of government, and she was devastated by the outcome of that and was very much misled. I know she felt a huge level of embarrassment, not having the funds that she truly believed she would have to have. And knowing Leanna as well as I do, I can tell you she never would have sat in this chair and told you guys that she will get the rest of the money if she didn't 100% believe it. There was not a doubt in her mind that she was getting the support that she was told she would get, and that didn't materialize. And it sure as heck isn't from a lack of effort on her part. Thank you.
Thank you, Lana. And you still beat Mike by 15 seconds.
Oh, perfect. And I'm more relevant too, so. Yeah.
Do we have any questions for Lana? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Lana.
Thank you.
Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Cardinal? Oh, sorry, Kendrick, go ahead.
See that paper.
Got it?
All right, got her. Option 2 it was? No, just kidding. All right. I, Councillor Kendrick Cardinal, move that the RMWB make a nominal purchase of the property 10015 Manning Avenue Arts Incubator for $1, and that council allocate $16,952,600 from the Capital Infrastructure Reserve to the 2025 capital budget for completion of the Arts Incubator project, and that the RMWB enter into an operating agreement with the Arts Council Wood Buffalo for the operations of Arts Incubator upon the project's completion.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Thanks for the second, Councillor Boussier. Council, any other debate, discussion, or comments? Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks, Mayor. Our job is obviously to serve the public, and the public has definitely spoken tonight. I will strongly be in favor of this motion. The delegates that spoke tonight obviously showed a lot of support with the youth, the rural communities, as well as the elderly. It's important that they share a space together and we provide it and help uplift this community, as well as our shared responsibility as a region together, and make sure that the building and this initiative is 100% completed with dignity, pride, and humility, and respect for one another. And I will be strongly supporting the motion. One more thing I'd like to add is that this organization, Arts Council Wood Buffalo, has provided a lot of rural engagement from what I've seen in my ward as a councillor in Fort Chipewyan, Fort McKay, and Fort Fitzgerald. And you've heard them speak a lot about their engagements with Conklin and other rural communities, and I think that's very, very important that we bring the other community members that live in all the outskirts of our community, outskirts of Fort McMurray, and that's been one of the things that might have been neglected in the past, and we're making sure that we move forward with the future, and how important it is to see the young children that attended the residential schools have a place to share with this community of Fort McMurray and not be ousted and left behind. So it's very, very important that we share this space, and our arts and culture are shared together, and that we learn from each other. And it's very, very important that we move this forward, and we'll be keeping a close eye on it. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Boussier.
Yep, thank you, Mayor Bowman. I guess I do want to thank interim CEO Butts and the folks behind me and the administration for moving this forward and allowing to come before council before we break. I certainly support it. I think it's needed. I'm not going to I thank everybody that presented tonight, including my little sister. That was very beautiful. But I do appreciate admin and Butts, interim Butts, CEO Butts, bringing this forward for debate so quickly, given that our assuming this will be our last meeting of the year or before councils or before the election. So I do appreciate all your work and the folks behind me and the folks that made it happen. So I appreciate that. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier. Councilor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you, Councilor Boussier and ICAO and everyone, administration and Arts Council, everyone that worked on this. I just want to say I support this very much. It's important that we do all we can to continue to attract, but most importantly, to retain the people that we have here. I've got two grown kids, and they both have two different interests. And I know that when the young adults, kids are engaged, good things happen. So I'm happy to see this kind of infrastructure in our region, because a lot of the upcoming leaders of tomorrow can benefit from that. And so I really look forward to seeing what this will bring to us as a region. My understanding is that artists can go there and learn, they can go there and practice, and so many awesome things. I just can't do any of those things, but I appreciate it. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councilor Benjoko. Any other questions, comments, or debate points from council? I'm not seeing any, but I do want to reiterate what my councilors have already said, but just in our term, we did build a twin arena, which is approximately $50 million. So this is kind of a smaller investment. I have been speaking to Leanna over the years on where everything was, and I know she hasn't stopped trying to put something together. But I also want to thank the businesses that came forward to help out when other levels wouldn't help out. Local businesses, the Boucher Group always, Birch Mountain. I know she named some other ones, so without forgetting any, I'll just apologize for forgetting their names. But they did step up to help this, so that just shows our community coming together, and it's something we need in our community. So I want to thank all the presenters. With that, if there's no other comments, debate points, I will call for a vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Next up, we have the Vista Ridge Recreation Association 2025 grant amendments. I'd like to invite Community Services up, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, for the record, my name is Tony Elliott, Acting Director of Community Services. With me this evening is Janelle Fleury, Manager of Community Partnerships and Initiatives. We are presenting amendments to the Vista Ridge Recreational Association's 2025 Community Investment Program grants. The request for an additional $1,174,000 in operating funds stems from a revenue shortfall resulting mainly from non-operational days, whether either weather-related or equipment-related. The additional funds also support a slope stability study. The organization has also requested an additional $435,000 in capital funding to complete a refurbishment of snowmaking equipment in preparation for the 2025-2026 ski season. Combined, the total operating and capital grant amendment requests amount to an additional $1,624,000 for a total annual grant of $3,132,727. In 2025 grant funding, it is the administrative recommendation that these grant amendments be approved. The operating agreement between the municipality and Vista Ridge Recreational Association is set to expire on March 31st, 2026. The organization has exhausted renewal options on the operating agreement, and administration must begin the process of negotiating a new agreement. Administration is seeking council's direction to seek a new operator for the Vista Ridge All Seasons Park. And this concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Do you have any questions from council? Councilor Cardinal?
Sorry for clarification. I didn't hear that because I didn't hear the last, because of the bike. Can you repeat the last maybe paragraph? Thank you.
Sure. The operating agreement between the municipality and Vista Ridge Recreational Association is set to expire at the end of March in 2026. The organization has exhausted renewal options on the operating agreement, and administration must begin the process of negotiating a new operating agreement. Administration is seeking council's direction to seek a new operator for the Vista Ridge All Seasons Park.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Does any council have any questions? Councilor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. And I'm not unaware of some of the challenges that Vista Ridge Recreation Association is facing. But when we talk about considering other options or other operators, do we have many choices in this region, or what are the choices we have? Is it possible, or you don't need to mention the names of such organizations, but do we just can you advise if we have?
Through the chair, yes, there are other options for operators.
Okay, that have the experience, the skills, the staff strength, and everything that we need to do this successfully?
Through the chair, yes, we do have that expertise.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Banjoko. Councilor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. How much information is shared with the public with some of the ongoing issues with Vista Ridge?
Through the chair, in terms of their the reasons why they shut down and the different equipment maintenance that's gone through the summer, they've been very active communicating those initiatives. And recently I've seen their load test post on social media. They've been fairly open and transparent.
In communications with the board of directors with Vista Ridge, have they disclosed how many possible operators that they've been seeking to operate the facility?
Through the chair, that wouldn't be for their board of directors to engage. That would be for administration to engage with other potential operators. The board wouldn't do that.
Okay. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Councilor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Have we engaged the other board or the current board operators? Have we had any kind of discussions with them?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier's, knowing that the operating agreement is coming to an end March 31st, 2026, they did request that administration provide them our intention moving forward if we're renewing. So that's why we're seeking direction tonight to begin those negotiations to find an operator.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, does that mean the current operation, the current system in place is not eligible for renewal?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier's, that's correct. They have exhausted renewals on the current operating agreement. The original operating agreement was initiated in 2016, this current agreement, and it had one possibility for renewal. So after that first 5 years, they did extend, and now their rights to renew are extinguished, so we have to renegotiate.
Okay. just one last question for now. Do we have any idea the costs associating with moving to another operator?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussières, we would expect costs to be similar regardless of what the who the operator would be.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of clarifications just on some of the other questions that were asked. Councillor Cardinal asked about if we had other operators if the board would be searching for new staff or operators. I just wanted clarification. Vista Ridge is the operator as of such, and so if there was a new operator, that wouldn't necessarily affect the current staff. It would be the new operator that would decide that. Is that correct?
Through the chair, the staff that work at the All Seasons Park right now are employees of the society as it sits right now. How those employment contracts continue into the future is yet to be determined.
So they'd have to renegotiate with a new operator.
Exactly.
Okay. And to Councillor Bussier's point, the cost association, so that you don't feel there would be a cost associated to transferring over to a new entity versus that one, or are you just talking, you believe that the operational cost would be the same?
Through the chair, we do believe that there would be no significant increases regardless of who the operator is.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Council have any other? Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. I got a question about the board. I believe we don't have any council members on the board, eh? Would that, no, maybe I rephrase that. Would the council, would the board be accustomed to having council members sit on that committee or the board?
Through the chair, I do believe, like most societies that operate within the municipality, anybody could apply to be on their board. It would depend on their own bylaws and how candidates are put forward. They could be council members, yes.
Okay, but if we're gonna fund it, I think it's important that we have a say on how it's operating, maybe.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, for clarity, the Vista Ridge Recreational Association is its own independent nonprofit. They're not a subsidiary. So to Tony's point, they would have to review their bylaws to add a council-appointed member to that committee, where oversight is in the operating agreement. Certainly, discussions could be negotiated during an operating agreement negotiation for board positions, but currently our oversight is within the operating agreement.
Most of the stuff that it's a safety issue, though, right? That with some of the, what am I looking for here? The thing that goes up and down. What do you call that? Chairlift. Some of those are the issues, right?
Through the chair, that's not necessarily the driver of the operating agreement renewal. It's expiring. It automatically expires at the end of March 2026. Yep. It's not necessarily related to the current operations.
Okay. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The board makeup is driven by board members, is it not? They don't have a membership to vote into their board. They are just self-directed, are they not?
Through the chair, I do believe you're correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Does council have any other questions for administration? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Janelle. Thanks, Tony. Oh, Councillor Bindoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. This additional funding will go to the current operator that you're asking for 2025.
Through the chair, that's correct. That's the amendment to the current operating and capital grants.
It's quite significant.
Through the chair, it's related to the shortfall due to their closure and the additional repairs and maintenance on the lifts. And the capital is really, all of it is leading up to getting the park open for the ski season.
Okay. So there's, even if we change operators, this won't change. We have to fix those.
Through the chair, the funding will have to be expended one way or the other.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Majoko. Does Council have any other questions for administration? Councilor Cardinal? Okay. We still need delegates and we're ways from there. Does anybody have any other questions for administration? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, ladies. Do you have any delegates to this item?
We do, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. DeRoche. And Mike, if you just say your name and you have 5 minutes to present and remain on topic and remain seated for questions, please. You forgot the first part. There you go.
Wow, it's usually on all the time. Mike DeRocher, representing the citizens or myself in this matter. Vista Ridge is one of the gems in our region, in our area. It is an absolutely vital area for sports recreation, for anyone wanting to do that, winter or summer. I'm not suggesting for one moment that you don't approve this grant funding, because it's absolutely necessary to keep this place running. But I did want to say something, and what I wanted to say was I'd like to see this place run more efficiently. I'd like to see it run where it potentially can run a profit. When we look at ski hills and recreation centers in winter and summer, they're a destination. It's not a right to have these things, it's a privilege. And as such, when most people use these places, they expect to pay. Subsidizing an area like this that benefits all of us is one thing, but when it's placed in the middle of one of the probably the most affluential neighborhoods, areas within our community, to see certain items subsidized to the level where it's not making money just doesn't make sense. There are areas at Vista Ridge that fall into that category. And I think moving forward, if I've heard correctly, and we're moving to new operators, I think one of the things council might want to look at, and I think Council Cardinal kind of spoke to this a bit, was getting those efficiencies and getting them more self-sufficient to run. I mean, with what we have here, it's the only place that has a ski hill, that has a golf course. Golf course is surprisingly quite well, but it's underutilized in many different ways. And I'm not about to tell you or the operators how that should go, but it is an area that is something that should be looked at, and that taxpayers are paying the bill on these things whenever it has shortfalls. We're paying to support this as a gem in our region. And as such, we just want to make sure the stewardship and running it is looking at it in the same way. And in order to do that, they need to operate in such a manner that they come as close to budget as possible to prevent excessive cost to the community. As you can tell, I'm being very careful how I say certain things on purpose. I want to make sure I don't tread on anybody's, and that I want to make sure it's well understood. But make no mistake, we have to pay for this. When there's breakdowns, public safety is huge. There are things in that world that you can't forecast, and I understand that. So I'm for the operational grant to make this work, but moving forward, I'm hoping there will be greater oversight by council of the day and administration to make sure that it's done as responsible as possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Councilor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Through the chair to the presenter. Thanks for your presentation there, Mr. DeRoche. I hear you speak about Vista Ridge being a gem, but if Vista Ridge is not ran and operated properly, is it still a gem?
An uncut diamond is still a diamond, sir.
Good enough. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Councilor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to Mr. DeRoche. Mike, I get when you say sustainable or self-sustainable, but how do you balance affordable recreation and try to turn a profit?
Well, affordability can be looked at in many different ways. Certainly, supporting our kids and our youth of our community is one way to keep those costs to a minimum, even to the point where we may lose money on them. But the adult population to the population that live elsewhere, why are we subsidizing? Why are we losing money on those areas? We shouldn't need to. There are areas in food services, there are areas in the golf area. I mean, it's the only course I know of that shuts down for a day or two during the week. We have a 13th hole shack that is never utilized. We have a space in the bottom of the chalet that could be utilized for many other resources, including early morning golf, coffees, donuts, breakfast. There's just different areas that could be taken advantage of that I don't see currently being utilized. Like I said, if we made money in the different areas, you could subsidize more without the taxpayer taking the whole burden, because one of the complaints I hear as a citizen that gets around and talks to people is, why the hell am I paying for this, excuse my language, when I don't even use it? And I hear that from people about our pools and our different things. This asset is the same thing. You have a vast majority of the public that don't use it, but their taxes pay for it. So where does that responsibility go?
Are there through the chair, are there skills that actually make money? Do you know of any?
That I wouldn't know. Most things in the arts and in sports end up costing money. Very few things make money. When you look at arts and sports, they're usually a huge gobbler of as much money as they can get a hold of. And the horrible thing is, the more you make, the more they'll take, and the more they'll use. It might be the better descriptive on that. It's not endless, but in some mannerisms, the way we operate right now with the municipality paying for everything that falls outside of a budget is basically that open Amex card. It's that platinum Amex card, get out of jail free card. And that's all I'm asking as a taxpayer and as a citizen, is that not to come to a halt, but maybe turn that platinum card into like a gold card, or that, just basically a step back. And I think new operators, if they see this and they see the direction that the council moves forward with those directives, can at least put together a plan that starts to initiate those changes. Without that guidance from you and moving forward, what's to change?
Okay.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier. Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that you are so involved in the committee in so many different ways. I guess I'm massively confused by a lot of your statement, and I guess I want clarity. You sat down and originally said that you'd like to see the ski hill turn a profit, but then when Councilor Boussier asked you if you know of any ski hills that turn a profit, you don't know. And so, can you clarify that statement? I don't understand. It seems to be back and forth.
it's actually not back and forth. I mean, there are areas where you can give some out, and I mentioned the kids in that. But there are other areas that subsidies don't need to occur. There's other areas where you can actually make a profit. You being a restaurateur, no, if you don't make a profit then on your food services and that, you end up closing doors. And we've seen a number of places do that. So are there places that could be taken advantage of? Yes. How much? I don't know. We won't know there until we cross it. We won't know till there's a plan put in place with stuff. There's efficiencies that can be had through marketing because it is a unique place and it has a unique situation as what it can do.
So your comment isn't about profitability then. Your comment is that you're saying that it could garner more money. Because as a restaurant, I never have an expectation that I was going to get subsidized. You're right, as a business owner, if you don't make a profit. But as a recreational center, there's never an expectation that you would make a profit. Ice rinks don't make profits. Skate parks don't make profits. You know, any research that I've done so far on Small Hill, ski hills aren't making profits. And so I think sometimes, and I have this conversation all the time with the public, and I get it, but I don't think the expectation was ever that Vista Ridge turned a profit. It was that it was equitable for everybody. And you asked the question, why do we pay for this? I guess I would ask you, are there residents that aren't going to use the Art Council building or use Mac Island or use the streets up in Wood Buffalo?
Thankfully, that's already voted on. But through the chair, through Council Weigel, it was never about, none of my comments said about making a profit as a whole. But there are certain areas that can be profitable, that can go to the complete operations and reduce the amount of subsidies required yearly. And so will it continue to take a loss? More than likely, yes. But it's the responsibility of the operators and council to do that as effectively as possible to reduce as much necessary subsidies required yearly. So if you don't have that check and balance, then there's no need. I mean, I can sell things for a loss and it doesn't matter.
So are you asking the RMWB to go into Vista Ridge and look at each area individually and see where they could be making a profit or not?
No. What I'm asking is that you put forward the mandate with the new operators that they look at the areas where they see abilities to create profit to subsidize the areas that lose money.
Okay.
Does that make more sense?
I guess so. I guess just as an RMWB, we don't subsidize certain areas. We just we subsidize the entity in and itself, and then they operate it to whatever level.
But you do control, especially when, as you've heard earlier from administration, you do control, and they are asking you for guidance right now on what do you want? What do you want with these new operators? What are some of the guidelines? And so if you establish the benchmark and say, listen, we would like to see 10% change in operation, we'd like to reduce the annual fundings by this. Now, outstanding events that happen that are outside of their control, if you can control most of it, then when these things pop up, when you need an extra $1 million here or there to fix something that's critical or that has the safety of the citizens concerned, you have a little bit extra money to be able to do that with, where when you're operating at, well, we're just going to use this, we don't care, we'll put whatever we want, and then whatever we need, we'll just go back to council and get it. I just don't find that responsible, do you?
No, but I wouldn't have any proof that ever happened. Like I said, we voted on an entity, and the money that came up was due to an outside situation.
Yes, and that's why I fully support that money going forward. I never talked about not supporting that.
Okay. Yeah, okay, yeah, no, thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Weigel. Does Council have any other questions? I'm not seeing any. So Mike, to sum it up, are you in favor of the motion or against?
I'm in favor of the motion to support.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mike. Mr. Asher and Mr. Weiner, sorry. I'll blame Jade's spelling. She spelled it right. I'm sorry. It was me. Dame, you guys want to introduce yourself, and you have 5 minutes to present, and just remain seated for questions, please.
Good evening, Council. Thanks for hearing us tonight, Mayor, RMWB staff, as well as RMWB citizens. My name is Damien Asher. I am a long-term resident of this community, born and raised. Currently wear many hats within the organization. One is with the RMWB itself with emergency services, but I'm also president of the Sapper Creek Residents Society, founder, co-chair, president of the Ridge Riders Snowboard Club here in Fort McMurray, president of the Alberta Snowboard Association as well, and I have Rob Warner here as my co-chair.
Hi, I'm Rob Warner. I'm here as a former athlete, snowboard instructor, certified coach, post-sport chair, and a parent of future athletes. I'm here to speak about my experience with specifically the winter operations at Vista Ridge, and I grew up here. I've been able to see Vista Ridge grow and develop since its inception. It is a fabulous hill that offers an opportunity for the community and families to get together and enjoy our long, cold winter months outside doing something fun. It was seen as a reliable place to be able to go out and consistently trust the operation as how it was running. We were once quoted as the best non-mountain ski resort within Alberta. So as I mentioned, I was a sport chair for the Alberta Winter Games and Arctic Winter Games. I experienced a very collaborative partnership with Vista Ridge in showcasing our beautiful facility and the community's commitment to sport and recreation. Feedback from the athletes and coaches that traveled far and wide to come in was they were amazed in how fortunate we were to have such a world-class facility. Since these events, there's been a continuous decline in the user's experience at Vista Ridge. We've seen reduced hours of operation, reduced snowmaking, and on-hill features. We've seen a significant turnover in staff. Recent mechanical issues, as we've heard numerous times throughout the evening, have caused an impact to all the pass holders and the public. And this has forced an early closure of the season last season. This is the first time that I ever recall the closure since it was established.
Just to continue on reiterating what Rob has to say, once upon a time we were voted as the best non-mountain hill. I have a printout here from Travel Advisory off the website. Visit these 10 ski destinations in Alberta. These are outside of the Rockies. RMWB is not on this list of a place to visit anymore. Used to be the top. After hosting provincial and national events, we have the facility that is able to accommodate these types of competitions as well as organizations, as well as Vista Ridge has the capabilities of being a national, provincial, and Paralympic training facility, but the facility is just not keeping up to what the needs of the province or what the needs of the community is. Outside of the sports aspect, I also sit on the role of the Sapper Creek Residents Society. Sapper Creek Residents Society has been working collaboratively with Vista Ridge, with the current manager as well as the staff there, to build relations to continue to do what we do, as we do not have an operating recreation center out of Sapper Creek. Not everything is able to be used. We often felt with limitations of availability of use of the facility. With that being said, a lot of it comes down to, as what was said, was hours. Hours are just not there anymore. If we compare hours of comparable ski hills across the province, Edmonton Ski Club, Sunridge, Snow Valley, and Rabbit Hill, these hills are operating at 60 hours a week of operation. We're operating proposed this winter of 38. For the first 2 months of operation, starting in February, going up to the end, the proposed hours right now are sitting at 42 hours of operation. Still far below other hills, 40% less. Cost per pass, we're on par with what everybody else is. The facility is great that way. It is easy to use, easy to get to. It's not a cost to the citizens that want to go there. It's just the hours of operation are not there. The Resident Society is faced with the same problem that the facility is just not always available at all time or not all aspects. The Residents Society of Sapper Creek has put forward several funds into infrastructure for that facility, as well as working with CIP grant funding. We've asked for the user agreement of what is expected out of the user agreement, and it has just not been brought forward either. But from my understanding, the user agreement is supposed to be for the residents of Sapper Creek. The restaurant and the lounge is supposed to be open at all times for us, and the hill is always supposed to be fully operational. And it is not that either. We look forward to working with this facility. Rob and myself grew up here in Fort McMurray. We've been from inception of T-Bar all the way up to what it is today. I helped put the first lifts in with Wilson Construction and John Wilson to see what it is today. We work collaboratively, working together. We want to work with Vista Ridge as well to build this, once again, the best non-mountain facility. We just feel that the current board that is running it is not hearing the public and not addressing the needs of the user agreement with the municipality. Cost overruns continue to happen. As Mike said, it's to a cost of the residents having to pay extra taxes to keep up these shortfalls.
All right. Thanks, Mike, and thanks, Rob. Wayner, got it now. Council, any questions for the presenters? I'll start. So, Mike, Damien, you were talking about the hours. The hours, are they the projected hours open next year? Or are they the hours for last year you're talking about?
No, they were posted for this year already. Closed on Mondays and Tuesdays. Last year, they were only closed Tuesdays. Starting in February, we're offering an extra night of night skiing is what's proposed, which is awesome. From a club standpoint, one of our biggest problems with training kids is having time available. Competitions are on weekends, as well as the Fort McMurray ski team competitions are on weekends. There's no time to train during the week as kids are in school. So Wednesday nights being open late now gives us an opportunity, which my understanding is from the infrastructure that was put into place with the new lights, which is amazing. We're able to use more of the hill.
Okay, perfect. Does council have any other questions? Councilor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Through the chair to the presenters, thank you very much. You spoke a little bit about what was it, the TripAdvisor or TripAdvisor, okay, and how Vista Ridge used to be on the page there at the TripAdvisor, and now obviously you stated that they're not. So what do you think the barrier is there and why they're not?
As we said, we've held provincial and national events. People did seek to continue to work and come out to what was there. What was there is no longer there. We have made expansions through helps of Syncrude and Suncor, putting in another lift. So now we have 2 lifts. The majority of the time, the second lift is not operational. The parks are not running full hours when kids need to go out there. Some of the hills that used to have parks no longer have parks.
How's your relationship with the staff there?
Relationship with the staff is great. Relationship with the management, we're still building that. New management, new rules from the Sapper Creek Residents Society as well as from our snowboard club. Everything takes time. It is a growth. We're working towards that. It really comes down to a feasibility of what the board perceives to be the intention. If the intention of the facility is to be cost neutral and to provide a service to the memberships, less hours of operation is not that.
Okay. How vast is the membership?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'm not on staff there. I wouldn't have that information.
Okay,
I'm just talking as a citizen and a user of the facility.
All right, man. Thanks for your presentation, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Do you have any other questions for the presenters? I'll just finish with one last one. So are you in favor of the motion?
I believe that the facility does need upgrades. I'm in favor of money being spent to fix the facility, to keep the facility operational, but I do believe it needs a new board or a new manager or a new operator of the facility to keep it cost neutral to the taxpayers. Taxpayers shouldn't always be on. Things should be planned and projected to always keep unforeseeables.
Okay. Thanks, Damien. Thanks, Rob. And we'll call for a motion. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Vista Ridge Recreational Association 2025 Municipal Facility Operating Grant be amended for an additional $1,174,000 to be funded from the Emerging Issues Reserve, and that the Vista Ridge Recreational Association 2025 Municipal Facility Capital Grant be amended for an additional $450,000 be funded from the Capital Infrastructure Reserve, and that administration be directed to initiate the process to procure a new facility operator for the Vista Ridge All Seasons Park.
Thanks, Councilor Weigel, and thanks, Councilor Bujoka, for the second. Questions, comments, debate points from council? Councilor Boussier?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Given this is one motion, I guess I'm in favor of the money. It's obviously required to get the ski hill up and running. I guess I question the third recommendation. I'm a little nervous just going to another operator when we don't know the costs. Like, is this something admin's going to bring back, or admin will decide who the new operator is without any costs coming back to, I guess it's going to be next council?
You guys bring that back to next council?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Bousset, we can certainly do that. But as the motion that is presented to council is just essentially giving us direction to procure potentially a new operator. And I'm also here to suggest that it could very well be the same, but it's, I guess, just to say that council given us direction to look for another operator.
Okay, so just through the chair to interim CEO, so you're telling, just confirming that the current operator will have an opportunity, or the current board, to be part of the discussions, and there's an opportunity for that current board, management team, operator to actually continue to operate it post March 26?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Bousset, we are currently under an operating agreement until March of 26, and so those initial discussions belong to the current operator.
Okay, let me just...
So to answer your question, yes, to procure a new operator or a new agreement, that would be the direction that we'd be looking for.
Okay, just for clarification to the chair. So come April or October of 2026, we could have the same operator, same setup as we have right now.
Potentially, yes.
Okay, so just confirming that the current board, administration will sit down with our current board and whoever other operators may be interested to seek a... what I'm concerned about is, have we taken the time and effort to determine if a new operator will do the same job or a better job for the less or the same money? I mean, we heard the two presenters come up. Mr. DeRoche said it's all about cost savings. Well, if we're closed for 2 days a week this year, is the next operator going to be closed 2 days just to save money? Like, we don't want to spend any more money subsidizing it, I hear from Mr. DeRoche, yet we want to be open 7 days a week. We want to have affordable golf, affordable skiing. So I just don't want to throw the current operator board without knowing the actual real cost to open up come next year with a different operator. Because I'm sure without getting into employment contract, there's going to, could be some costs to move forward. Staffing may be more expensive, I guess. So you're telling me that there will be an opportunity for current operator to move forward, submit a bid or a proposal, or at least have conversations with our administration before a decision is made? That's all I'm looking for.
Through the chair to Councillor Bousset, yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and add on to Councillor Boussier's question. So if I'm understanding right, it's basically we'll have an opening when this expires, and we can look at different organizations or boards to run it, and we'll look at them all wholesomely and go through it. So it could be the same board, and if we want it to open more, well, it's obviously going to cost more. It's not going to be just about dollars and cents. It's going to be if the current board continues, but we tell them the community wants a ski open 6 days a week, then we have to look at that as being part of as what the cost is. So it'll come back to the new agreement, what we want to see for the community. They're going to bring us back what that's going to cost. Is that kind of where you're at as well, Lance?
I don't want to not proceed without looking at all options, and maybe it's the same option that we sit here today. It's the same group maybe. Like, as long as they have an opportunity, like, I would hope that we've had admin, or I know I haven't had any discussion with the current board or management at Sapri or at Vista Ridge. And we're trying to steward the money. And if all of a sudden we get a new owner operator and we haven't really looked at the total cost, staffing costs are going to change. I mean, management, whatever. But the one thing I do want to add, Mayor, is the fact that we as taxpayers continue to fund these organizations, I do think we need some council presence on boards going forward. I think we lack that on, we've given lots of money to the airport. We have little, no representation on there. We've certainly subsidized Vista Ridge, which we need to.
Yep.
I don't think we got any real representation on that board.
No.
And you could even look at Center Fire, Frank Lacroix.
Yeah.
Again, they're a different they're an operator for us, but I think the fact that we fund a lot of these facilities, I think we need more representation from council and or administration.
And I completely agree. I think any of the places like the RRC where we have board members, council members on there, you get an overlook because that's, we talk about financial responsibility, we also look at quality of life. And what we want to do is, this community is used to a high quality of life, and sometimes that costs money. So sometimes we talk about the Arts Council, like the arts, we built a $50 million arena, but there's more of a debate over an arts center that's gonna most likely have that just as many people it represents. So I think quality of life, but look at that and get some wholesome stuff back from different organizations, how they would run it, and if they can deliver what we want them to, and then go from there. But I think definitely having council members on the board will help, not to add more work to council, but we have about 100 committees now, but let's do 2 more. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure if it was the long break of the summer or what it was, but I'm in complete agreement with Councillor Bussier. I think we can look at this, and I'm even open to maybe a friendly amendment that we can say a new facility operator and or agreement if that makes him more comfortable. But I do want to reiterate what was said at one of the Vista Ridge open houses by one of the board members, that it is important that the RMWB takes also responsibility for the assets that they own. The safety of the people are out there. There's large numbers and large equipment out there, and they are RMWB assets. It's grown from a T-bar, and I love when I got to talk to John Wilson about it and seeing his vision. It went from a T-bar and a trailer to now a skating rink, a skate park, a tube park, an aerial, a ski hill, snowboarding, golf. It is a multi-purpose recreational facility. And when I think about what we have at Mac Island versus kind of the resources that we necessarily as a municipality put towards Vista Ridge, I think they're very different. And so in talking with the board, I just want to make sure that, again, that the conversation that we're aligned. I know we talked at the last meeting about trying to be open for 7 days, and it became a cost issue. And so I think we do need to balance, what we're doing with the recreation also with the cost, but we also need to take responsibility. And I think this is the first step of owning that responsibility, we just need to look at the best way forward. I do agree with Councillor Bussier's entirely. I don't think that we just throw the baby out with the bathwater, but we do have to see what's the most viable, what's the most cost effective, what is the best path forward. I have full confidence in the administration that they'll look at all options that are on the table, find one that's both cost effective but also great for the community, and that we're getting the most out of a resource that we've already paid for and that is an actual gem in this community. So I applaud this, and I'm happy that I will be definitely voting for the money. We want the ski season to open, and we want everybody to enjoy it. So thank you, and thanks, Lance.
Thanks, Council. Okay. Yeah, Councillor Weigel, do you have an amendment, Jade? Jade kind of already worded it there if you want to take a look.
Just change number 3, that the administration be directed to initiate the process to procure a new facility operator and/or agreement for the Vista Ridge All-Season Park.
Good.
Mic's off. I do want to reiterate that the board has done a phenomenal job over the years. They've stewarded it up to this point and done a great job. And so this is not necessarily a reflection of where the board's at now, but just where the future goes.
Oops. Thanks, Councillor Weigel. We have the updated amended motion there from the amendment from Councillor Weigel. Does Council have any other comments, debate points? I'm not seeing any, so I'm also in favor of this, and I want to commend the board, actually, what they've done. I've spent a few hours talking to Mr. Wilson and just talking about the history of the place and where it's come from, where it is, talking to Marty, and Marty always has big plans, so everything Marty does is big. So I'll be definitely supporting this as well. With that, I will call for a vote. And that's passed unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Moving on, next we have the Fort McMurray Buffalo Economic Development and Tourism Subsidiary Grant. I'd like to invite Community Service to introduce the report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Tony Elliott, Acting Director for Community Services, and with me is Janelle Fleury, Manager of Community Partnerships and Initiatives. We are here to present the 2025 Sustaining Grant Request for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo Economic Development Tourism. I do believe that's an error. It's a subsidiary grant that we're here to speak about. And I'll turn it over to Janelle.
On July 3rd, 2025, Council passed a resolution that the 2025 subsidiary grant request made by the Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo Economic Development and Tourism be approved, conditional with the receipt by July 22nd and acceptance of the 2024 audited financial statements. The 2024 audited financial statements were submitted after the July 22nd deadline, received on September 5th, 2025. Deloitte LLP confirmed they accurately reflect the organization's financial position with no issues noted. Administration reviewed the 2024 audited financial statements and is recommending approval of the 2025 funding allocation of $3,800,000. This concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Janelle. Thanks, Tony. Do we have any questions for the presenters? I'm not seeing you. Thank you very much. And for presenters, Mr. Cooper. And Terry, if you want to just introduce yourself for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present or remain seated for questions, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I will be far less than 5 minutes, hopefully. I just wanted to give some background because when I was before Council and we were looking for our funding and the motion, I had said we would have no problems in getting those audited financial statements by the deadline set in the resolution. In fact, I thought we would be there a week in advance. That was, I think, July the 3rd. On July the 7th, our board met with our auditors. We approved the financial statement. The auditors said they had to review the forensic audit and bring someone from their fraud team on board, but we were on track to achieve our deadlines. July 8th, that was the date that we met, and there was a introduction of the details of the forensic audit, and then the motion to essentially wind up our board. Unfortunately, it was a very public, perhaps spirited debate, and as a consequence of that, our auditor's risk management head office in Toronto said they had to basically go through everything on it with a fine-tooth comb and basically review what the forensic auditors had done and everything. And unfortunately, that put us off time. And so I wanted to explain that. The audit's done. There is one tiny change in the audit, and they discovered that in their notes describing funding for the business revitalization, as they've described it in previous years, they said the board had allocated so much for each organization. In actual fact, they allocated a total amount, and it was divided amongst the organizations. The statements are fine. The process has been time-consuming. I was concerned when I saw the council report with this alternative of maybe we could apply for the funding later and we just keep carrying on. The problem of that is we can't do that. The board cannot enter into contracts, make financial decisions when they have no funding. They have a fiduciary duty, and the board would then be exposed to liability personally. The board members would be exposed to potential personal liability. I raised that issue. This motion got before council. I just wanted to explain how we got there. I don't like to make promises that I don't deliver on, but it was one thing that was unfortunately unanticipated and beyond our control.
Lots of time, Terry.
3 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, Terry. Just one question for me for starters. So did the forensic audit find any flags?
No.
Perfect.
They just had to.
Yeah.
They just had to review and review and review. And in fact, our auditor spent a lot of his holiday in August answering all the questions in order to get this done for us.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Councilman Joko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you, Mr. Cooper, for all the good works. We appreciate you. I see here that the staff strength is, it has remained at 9 as against 16 or something like that.
We currently, as I understand it, so our organizational chart calls for 16. I think we have 9 members now. 1 is on leave. We're in the process of, one of our initiatives is to fill those gaps because we can't achieve the goals that the municipality wants us to achieve if we don't have the resources, human resources to do that. So we're in the process of doing that. Our board has a meeting next week, a 4 or 5 hour meeting to talk about that kind of planning and where we go forward from there.
Okay, and one of the questions in the past that I think I've asked is, without going to the details, it looks like most staff are on high-paying grade levels, something like that.
Okay, and so we covered that before because the amount that we're asking to be approved is the exact amount that was approved previously. But what we did do is we went through a pay review. We identified that the pay bands were out. One of the recommendations of the forensic audit said, we were working on the pay bands before we even saw the forensic audit, but they said, you have to have proper job descriptions. The pay bands weren't on sync with, we had pay bands for jobs that we didn't have. I don't know where they came from. Like it was going back to the original organization. We met with an HR consultant. They made recommendations to us. They made recommendations that they thought we should set they gave us the grids for economic development officers, managers, et cetera. And then they recommended that we should align with a 75 percentile on that grid, which they said was what the municipality does, okay? We questioned them on other things. We questioned them on, okay, what about the living out allowance or living allowance that is paid? And we were told by the consultant, well, they didn't consider that. And we said, well, we do consider that. And so we directed them to get some further data for us. We got some further data. We eventually decided on a pay grid which incorporates the full compensation, the base salary plus what they called the living allowance. And we then decided on a 70% tile, not a 75%. So we cut the wages. Our direction that our board said is we will not be paying people extra to live in our community. We will not be telling people that this is an expensive place to live. Those circumstances were a long time ago. And it may be impossible for other organizations to change that. Like, you guys aren't going to be able to change it with your unions, I'm sorry to say, but we're independent, so we changed that. The other thing we decided to do, because we looked at what they do in Lethbridge, and a lot of their positions are term positions. So the term positions, they don't get the pension. They don't get, they're hired, we have a project, we know we've got the funding, maybe we've got some matching grants from someone else. That's what they're hired for. And if we don't have money to keep them hired, we don't put them on a permanent position. So our goal is to have essentially all new hires are on that. And our strategy is to basically looking at 50% of the staff on that kind of a contract basis.
Okay. Thank you. And then my other question is around the controls, the checks and balances that were not there, which was part of what we discussed in the past. Are we comfortable to say that the structure that we have in place now is taking care and protecting for the exposure to
Okay, so there were things that we were doing even before the forensic audit came out, because I read, so the RMWB did an internal audit last year. When I was on the board, before I made my first presentation to council, I read through that internal audit. They identified issues. We started work on plugging those issues, developing new systems. That is not complete yet. We have to, for example, I'm waiting for a report. We're investigating a document management system so that we don't have all our important documents in someone's email.
Okay.
You know, it just, you know, there's some systems that need to be fixed. And I would really, really like to focus my time and our board's energy on moving forward rather than answering for the past.
Yes.
Because if I could change the past, the first thing I would do, and I told this to interim CEO Jody Butts, is I'd go back in the time machine to that $70 million lotto winner, and I'd buy the winning ticket. And then I said, you know what? I might not do anything more to fix the past then, after I get the 70 million. I can't change the past, but our board is on top of these things.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about changing the past. That's almost impossible right now.
Yeah.
But going forward is what I'm talking about. And my understanding is that some of the blames or some of the part of the process that we also dropped the ball from the municipality part of the game. So it's not all about ECDEV, but some of the things that need to be done in-house. So thank you, Mr. Cooper. But, maybe later CEO can talk about that. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Councilor.
Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councilor Bajoko.
Yes.
Councilor Bussier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair to Mr. Cooper. Thanks, Terry, for all the hard work. I know you've put a ton of hours into it, so I do appreciate that. And going forward, I look at the budget, and we're budgeting for a $628,000 loss. So my question would be, how do we finance the loss?
Okay, so you're looking at a budget that is for this year.
Yeah.
Okay, and we had cash carry forward from last year. Okay, so my understanding is, and I didn't bring all the background paper with me, Lance, because I felt it was very important for me to explain why we didn't deliver by July 22nd, okay? Because we went through the budget before and we talked about it and we've gone all through those things. Right now, we're working on what should our budget look like in the next year, okay? And where is our revenue and what is our ask going to be? Because actually, that material has to be filed next week as well.
Okay, so through the chair, so it's safe to assume we're not going to continue to see deficit budgets approved and brought forward?
Well, okay, so you're going to see requests for funding because, as I mentioned to Councillor Cardinal previously when I was here, we don't sell widgets. We don't make anything. The efforts that we do hopefully result in more people living here, more businesses setting up business here, more tax revenue here, which puts money into the municipality's coffer and also improves the life for the people here. So there will always be an ask on the table. That's economic development, being us going out to try to compete with all the other people that want things happening. What we're trying to do is ensure that we get that focused. So from a key deliverable point of view, what we are focused on are things that are going to help us grow our local population. That's going to be workforce. That's going to be working with Keano and working with apprenticeships so that the graduates from here can get jobs here. It's going to be changing. Like you guys have, I said I wasn't going to talk long. You passed two motions today that I want to commend you on, okay? The arts and recognizing you need to put money into Vista Ridge, okay? I have my own dream about an art center for Fort McMurray, but I'm not going to share that with you. But things like that improve the quality of life. It used to be, was it affordable here? Well, it is affordable here. Do we have good schools? We have good schools. Do we have a college? We have a college. Do we have hospitals? We have a hospital. Do we have roads? Yes, we have that. Now, what else attracts people here are those kind of amenities. And I remember coming here in 1980, when you're talking about arts, the vibrant art community, okay? And having that give someone who's looking to move here something to look at and say, yeah, that will work for me. Having this recreational facility at Vista Ridge, just like having the facility at Mac Island and all these other things, are great for people saying, we've got all these other resources. We're not some sort of hole in the wall somewhere. And when we have brought people who are looking to invest here and we drive them around town and we show them all the amenities here, the airport, the college, the hospitals, the rec facilities, they are just amazed. And so I want to commend you for those. Politicians don't like to read in the paper necessarily that they spend X number of dollars, but those are good investments. Those are good investments. And economic development is another investment. And, we're trying to get you the biggest bang for the buck and make sure that you're not going to be embarrassed about how we spend our money.
Okay.
Okay, and you and I have had some discussions about that.
Yeah, we
okay?
have.
Okay.
A few. We can take it offline. So I just have one other question for admin, though.
Do you want to cover that for after the presenters?
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Thanks, Terry.
Okay.
Okay, do we have any other questions for presenter? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Terry.
Thank you.
Mr. Picard. And Robbie, just say your name for the record. You have 5 minutes to present, and then remain seated for questions, please.
Check. I'm Robbie Picard. First off, I just want to say welcome back, Al. It's nice to see you're on the mend. A lot of people I'm just thrilled that you mean a lot to a lot of people, so I'm glad you're back on the mend. I'm just going to keep my presentation short. So, 5-6 years ago, I wasn't always a fan of ECDEV and the board at the time. I thought they were a little bit heavy on themselves, narcissistic, et cetera. But recently, I've been doing a lot of work with businesses in Calgary, and we recently hosted the Canadian Energy Executives up here. And I'm going to say that all I'm hearing down in Calgary and other places is that amazing work. I met this lady, and she said there's this crazy Irish woman who's running ECDEV. I think she meant Lisa. But she said that she keeps coming after her all the time. Hey, are you doing business in Fort McMurray? Are you doing business in Fort McMurray? And we're seeing interest. Like on the smaller scale, Uncle Wiener's is opening. They're either going to be at the airport or I just showed them a few buildings in Gregoire. There's a lot of other interest. And I think that a lot has gone into this, and there is I think they're onto something. I'm proud of the current board that they have. I think that they have their feet in both worlds. They're successful business people, from lawyers to business people to Indigenous. Tons of it. Like the board's mostly Indigenous, and Melanie and them. They're all great. And I just feel that I think they finally found their niche. And I'm only hearing good things, and I'm working really hard to try to get businesses to come here on a regular basis. And I think they're onto something, and I think we've been through enough that I do support them 100%, and I hope they have a chance to continue the good work that they're doing. And there's been a 180, like they're open for conversation, they're hosting people, and I do believe they are making a difference in this community, and so I fully support them, and I hope that they get more time and can continue to work on the things they're working on.
Thanks, Robbie. Do you have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Councilor Bousse, you have a question for administration? Tony?
Through the chair to Janelle or whoever, on the funding sources, sustaining grants, partners are capped. I thought we capped at 75%, yet this report looks like it's 86% ask.
Through the chair, I can take that question. The subsidiary grant recipients are exempt from that part of the CIP policy because they are subsidiaries of the RMWB. They can access up to 100% funding.
Through the chair, I'll just add as well that the policy reads except for subsidiary.
Okay, I was just looking at what's been provided here and I didn't see that, so that's my fault. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier. Can I have someone make the motion? Councilor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the 2025 sustaining grant request made by Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo Economic Development and Tourism, FMWB EDT, be approved as outlined in attachment 1.
Thanks for the motion, Councilor Weigel. Thanks for the second, Councilor Grandison. Is Councilor any debate, discussion, or comments? Councilor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting this and continuing to support this. I think that we put economic development under huge scrutiny in our town, and I think it's a good thing, honestly. I think they're an entity that is supposed to be creating investment and making sure that we're on the right track, that people are wanting to migrate here, keeping the pulse of businesses, and I think the new board has done a great job of clearing up the mandate and getting us back on track. As Mr. Picard said, every outside entity that we've talked to that has come into this town, whether it be Travel Alberta, Invest Alberta, there's been multiple other entities that have come up that is trying to bring investment all across North America. Every one of them that we've talked to has been have been resounding in their praise for our economic development. They've done an unbelievable job at advertising us, showing Fort McMurray and the Wood Buffalo as a great place to be, whether it be in the rural area or in the urban area. And I think if we throw it away now, all the hard work that we've done over the last 2 years to get this back on track goes to waste. And so the reputation of that entity is amazing outside, which it's supposed to be. We're scrutinizing it inside, and I don't think we should stop. But I think they're on a roll, and I do think that we need to continue to support them. So I'll be supporting this motion.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Benjogo.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I will be supporting this motion as well, and I applaud the new board for all the works that they do, and I appreciate that. I also hope that one day we'll have, we'll look into things like attracting a factory or a manufacturing place, because we have a whole lot of immigrants and even people living here. The community is hot, and a lot of people are still looking for a job, and we are bringing more and more people here, and we need to look for how they're going to be able to work and stay here. Otherwise, we bring people to Keanu College, they get their 1-year degree or 2 years, and then we are just breeding them for other community. It might not be a discussion for tonight alone, but thank you for all the work. I will support this, and I'm also hoping that this will be heard by someone who can help us as a community. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Benjogo. Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't need any votes from ActDev. I won't be supporting the motion. I know how the past has been, and hopefully you guys can take a little more time to fix it up. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor, any other comments or debate points? Not seeing. I'll also be supporting this because we debated it for 2 hours a few months ago. With that, I'll call for a vote. And that's passed with 5 in favor. Thank you, everyone. Right now, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Give Al a chance. And we'll be back at 9:50 sharp. Welcome back, everyone. Next up, we have the report on our revitalization incentives program for the region. I'd like to invite Planning and Development to present the report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Amanda Owens, Director of Planning and Development. And in our audience tonight is Azela Contreras, Acting Manager for Community Development Planning. On July 8th, 2025, Council approved that administration review and bring forward options for the development of a revitalization program for the region based on the Downtown Revitalization Incentive Program and report back to Council on September 9th. We are here before you this evening with the update. The Downtown Revitalization Incentive Program, or known as DRIP, specifically focused on a defined geographic area, being downtown Fort McMurray, for the purpose of beautification, business attraction, and recovery from COVID-19 and the 2020 flood. It was developed through stakeholder engagement and best practices from other jurisdictions. With the program's success, it has led Council to explore expanding this model to a region-wide scale. Through our experience and research, however, incentive programs are most effective when they are targeted to a small geographic area addressing specific business needs and priorities. When applied too broadly, it becomes difficult to define desired outcomes and even harder to achieve measurable results. A region-wide incentive program will require significant financial commitment, with additional operating dollars required for staffing. For the downtown project alone, $14 million has been approved over a 5-year period through budgeting. Clearly defining program objectives in advance, supported by public and stakeholder engagement, is a critical step in designing a program that delivers meaningful, measurable results while being fiscally responsible. Therefore, it is recommended that administration work with the Wood Buffalo Pro-Business Advisory Committee and the Wood Buffalo Development Advisory Committee to engage the public and regional stakeholders in understanding regional business needs for the purpose of establishing clear objectives to inform a revitalization program. Should Council approve the recommendation, participating committees will lead targeted engagement with businesses and regional stakeholders, providing clarity and direction to both administration and Council. Administration will provide support through data analysis and coordination of engagement. Findings from the engagement will be used to draft clear objectives for what could become a regional revitalization incentive program. By working with council-appointed committees, it provides an opportunity to better understand community and business needs through engagement, discussion, and understanding. This concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Does anyone have any questions for administration? I have one question, Amanda. The downtown revitalization, did that include residents as well? We did that when that started?
Through the chair to the question, initially it didn't. In the first 2 phases, it was for commercial businesses. And as we progressed through the program, we realized that there was a lot of real estate that was owned by property management companies in the form of apartment buildings. And at that point, we thought in terms of the impact for beautification and visual improvement, it was important to fold those type of apartments into the mix, and we included them as an eligible recipient for particular grants.
Okay, so my question is, with this year, with the engagement from Wood Buffalo Pro-Business Advisory Committee and Wood Buffalo Development Advisory Committee, will they also be bringing those recommendations back, like engaging with the community on that type of improvement?
Through the chair to the question, because this motion was brought forward right before recess, there hasn't been any conversation with the committees yet because they were on break.
Okay.
But moving forward, it would be useful for us to engage the business community and also the committees to understand, what do we want to target? Are we looking to target, because we could target new business altogether. We could target expanding businesses. We could look at where there are gaps in certain types of businesses. For example, some communities will look at gaps such as bakeries and incentivize the gaps. Or we may want to look at mural programs. Like there's so many different areas that we could focus on. And depending on what the focus is, we may see that in certain rural areas, they may have a different outcome that they want to achieve for those particular areas. And aligning an incentive program to the problem will get us further with results than having the same program offered throughout the entire region.
Okay, perfect. So the engagements will include residents as well, not just businesses.
Correct.
Perfect, thank you. Council, any other questions? Councilor Cardinal?
Can we just recommend deferring it to next council?
Motion, so we would vote on that? You can bring a motion.
Okay. You want to do the motion, please?
Just say you defer
Okay.
to next council.
I'd like to make the motion to defer this to January of 2026.
Do we have a second for that motion? Okay, thank you, Councilor Boussier, for a second. Councilor Carter, do you want to speak to that motion?
Thanks, Mayor. I just thanks for giving me a chance to speak. I wanted to defer the motion because I feel that a little more work and understanding needs to be done with downtown revitalization and seeing if we're overlapping any work, and hopefully we can leave some more work, leave some fresh work for the new council coming in. Hopefully you guys can support my motion. Thanks.
Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to know why Councilor Cardinal wanted to defer this to next year. I'm not.
I just explained it.
Not because you want it to be the next council. I didn't really get your point. I'm sorry.
No, I just said that I think that I just wanted to get a little more collaboration with our administration and as well as, you know, with Downtown Revitalization Committee and see if there's any overlapping. That's all. That's the only reason why. I think that we already have some of the things and parameters in place. Let's not, I don't know, not double dip, but overlap some of our work we're doing. That's all.
Through the chair, my concern is we passed a motion that led to this submission, correct?
Yes.
So I'm thinking the fact that we're going away for election, the whole world still continues.
It'll be the next council in January.
Okay.
Thanks, Councilor Joko. Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess just a question for Councilor Cardinal. My understanding of the original motion was that this was for them to actually go back and do the work, and so they can see where the overlap is, what's going on, and do the stakeholders engagement. if we pass your motion tonight, my understanding is that they're actually not going to do any work until the council comes back in January. So really, they're just deferring the work. By the sounds of it, you want them to go back and engage and make sure there is no overlap, and that's what this original motion is. Yours would actually have them defer, and they won't do any work until the new council comes in.
Okay, maybe we need to rephrase it then, because I feel that some of the alternatives to consider are postponing it, right?
Postponing it, why?
Specifically because I feel that I think that needs to be a little more work to be done, to be honest.
Yeah, I guess that's where where I'm at a loss, because to me, this is asking it to go back and do the work. This has nothing to do with the actual prescription of the program, and this is giving, and Ms. Owens, you can answer me, but this is just for you to go back and actually see where the gap is actually needed, if there's any overlap, who's actually interested in this, and if we need this, right? So there's actually nothing on the table right now. This is just giving you direction, or the organization direction, to go back and see what's actually needed.
Through the chair, to the question, that's correct. We don't, in order for administration to build an incentive program that's going to be offered to the region, we're suggesting that we don't copy and paste essentially what we see in the downtown right now, because we feel that the needs across the region are different, and we also don't necessarily understand what those needs are. And the engagement piece is really important, to have those conversations with stakeholders and to define what it is we want to achieve. And once we know what we want to achieve and where, then we can build the program out. This motion that's in front of you would basically direct administration to work with the two relevant committees, which would be the Wood Buffalo Pro Business and the Wood Buffalo Development Advisory Committee, to start those engagements. Unfortunately, we haven't had the opportunity to have this conversation yet with these two committees because of the council recess. They do they get back into their regular meetings shortly, and we would be having these conversations with them once we're directed to do so.
So I guess, would two of the questions you think would be asked at these meetings was, A, we want to make sure that we're not overlapping anything from the downtown and revitalization program, as well as I think the last time we talked that you're going to be looking that every different region, whether it be Fort Chip, Timberlea, Conklin, they all have different needs. So you're going to talk to those stakeholders and see what's actually needed in each area, making sure that A, there's no overlap, but B, that each area is considered differently because they have different needs.
Through the chair to the comment or question, correct. We want to ensure that if we're going to spend taxpayers' dollars on some sort of program, we need to get the best bang for our buck and know where we're spending it, why we're spending it, and that we're addressing a need that's out there. And right now, we don't understand what those needs are overall, and the needs are likely different even within Fort McMurray. Within neighborhoods in Fort McMurray, they could be different. And by engaging with the advisory committees, it will help us have those conversations with the public and stakeholders at large.
Awesome. So unfortunately, I won't be able to support your motion, Councillor Connell, because I do believe that what you're actually asking for is in the original motion. But thank you for making sure that we're on the right track.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Does the councillor have any other comments, debate points? I also won't be supporting the motion because I think very similar as Councillor Weigel had mentioned, the motion is to do the work. It's not to come back with something. Councillor Grandison.
Yeah, I won't be supporting Councillor Cardinal's motion as well, because I agree we need to actually get going on this, and the motion is to actually to accomplish that. So.
Thanks, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Cardinal, any closing statements before we vote?
No, I'm good with sticking to my motion, and looks like we're going to get defeated here, but that's fine. Let's move on.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Cardinal. So I'll call for a vote.
We're voting on Councillor Cardinal's, right?
Yes, count the deferral motion to be correct.
Thanks, Stu.
Councillor Grandison voting opposed?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
I think I voted the wrong way too.
No, you.
Yeah, I did. I was supposed to vote yeah on that one. Your own motion? Yeah.
And that's defeated 0-6. I'm
There's a
not
little
surprised.
laugh
Can some make the motion? Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that administration work with Wood Buffalo Pro-Business Advisory Committee and the Wood Buffalo Development Advisory Committee to engage the public and regional stakeholders in understanding regional business needs for the purpose of establishing clear objectives to inform a revitalization program.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Boussier seconded. And thanks, Councillor Boussier, for the second. Council, have any questions, comments, or debate points before we vote? Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. I think this is a really, really great motion. I'll be supporting it. And it's been a long night.
Thanks for the confidence, Councillor Cardinal. Anyone else have any comments, questions, or debate points? Not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Thank you, Councillor Grandison.
In favor.
Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, Amanda. Next up, we have bylaw number 25/025, committee bylaw amendment, Winter Roads Advisory Committee, which you presented for a second and third reading tonight. I'd like to invite interim CEO Butts to introduce the report.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I can handle it from here. Thank you, Mayor. Joining me here today from our Indigenous Rural Relations Division is Lauren Goloski and our Rural Operations Manager, Michelle Brewer. So thank you for joining us today. Administration is presenting bylaw number 25/025 for your consideration, a proposed amendment to the committee's bylaw to formally establish a Winter Roads Advisory Committee as outlined in Appendix P. This proposed bylaw is in response to Council's direction on July 8th, 2025, brought forward by Councillor Cardinal for the creation of a council-appointed advisory committee to continue the ongoing work of the previously established working group. I'd like to emphasize that the working group has provided valuable input and has demonstrated its effectiveness in shaping decisions around the Winter Road. While the group was initially designed as an internal mechanism, its work shows that it can be strengthened and given the continuity that Indigenous and rural residents have requested. By supporting the working group, administration believes the most appropriate path forward is to evolve the working group through current protocol agreements. These agreements formalizes our government-to-government relationship with Indigenous leadership and provides the space needed for long-term collaboration. Within the protocol framework, residents can continue to have their voices heard through their elected officials, ensuring accountability, representation, and meaningful input. The Fort Chipewyan Winter Road is not just a provincial seasonal infrastructure, it's a critical lifeline for residents, connecting communities to essential goods, services, economic opportunities, and emergency resources. The protocol agreement approach provides a strong foundation for collaboration on the Winter Road between the RMWB and the nations, and it also creates a framework to engage other levels of government, bringing them to the table to support the road's construction, maintenance, and long-term operations. This collective approach ensures that all partners are working together to meet the needs of the community and strengthen regional connectivity. So there's two options for recommendations for Council's consideration. Draft bylaw number 25/025 be read the first time today for the establishment of the Winter Road Advisory Committee, or option 2, which is administration's recommends that Council considers the alternative option of supporting the formalization of a working group through the protocol agreement to continue to advance collaboration, and ensure local knowledge is central to decision-making. This path affirms our commitments, respects existing agreements, and avoids creating a new governance body when a successful mechanism is already in place. Also, given the evolving infrastructure landscape and the distinct role of the Fort Chipewyan and La Loche winter roads, we do not see a need to establish a dedicated Winter Roads Advisory Committee at this time. The La Loche Winter Trail, while helpful, is not considered essential for year-round access and is already transitioning towards an all-season road through interprovincial collaboration and committed funding. So in closing, thank you, Mayor and members of Council. Michelle and Lauren, I'm happy to respond to any questions. Michelle and I are happy to respond to any questions, provide any clarifications you may need.
Thank you, ICO Butts. Do you have any questions for administration, Council? Councillor Cardinal.
I guess my first question would be, does our administration know the importance of having local knowledge on our lifelines that are provided by the locals in the community?
Excuse me, through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, yes, we do, and that's why we think the protocol agreements are a perfect mechanism to utilize that local knowledge. We're using them already, the protocol agreements, to have conversations with leadership in Fort Chipewyan with the Three Nations. They're bringing residents, their members' feedback to us. We're able to bring that to Michelle's team and the working group. Thank you.
The protocol agreements are to help enhance and build nations and in the community, I believe, right?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, yes, they are. There's two kind of key components to the protocol agreements. So one is that capacity building mechanism, which we have through the ICCP grant. The other is to formalize the working relationship, the government to government relationship, the leadership to leadership relationship.
But I believe, do you believe that the Winter Road Advisory Committee would help support the local knowledge and enhance the safety of the Winter Road?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, I think the protocol agreements provides a similar structure, but one that's already existing. It's already got resources through the ICCP funding. So I don't think it would take away any of those aspects that you are referring to.
Do you believe that the Winter Road Advisory Committee will bring structure and credibility to the community?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, I don't think that it wouldn't. I just think we have an existing framework that has resources, that has momentum, that can do the same thing and is already doing the same thing. And Michelle has examples of feedback that we've received through our relationships with the nation through the protocol agreement that we've been able to act on in an efficient, dynamic manner.
Do you guys know who made the Winter Road first that came out of Fort Chipewyan?
The community members.
It was us.
Yeah.
And we opened the gateway to Fort Chip. And I think that I'll leave my debate points, Mayor, but just to clarify, I think that my next question would be that you guys, I mean, besides the protocol agreements, we have other council-appointed committees, and you've taken they've looked at the community involvement. Why is this any different?
I guess through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, I guess what we're trying to emphasize here is that there's an existing framework that's already in place. And it's important, we believe that it's very important to make sure that we're recognizing government to government. So a municipal driven committee is one government instilling its processes on others. So that's why we believe that the protocol agreements is a nice fit, and it's already established. So not to discredit, and I hear what you're saying about and the people who built the road, and I fully respect that. I just want to also remind that we have a working group that we've been using within the community and informing us on the safety aspects and the maintenance of that winter road currently.
The current, sorry, I was just gonna add a little bit more about the current Winter Roads Working Group. Emergency management, communication and land administration, as well as the contractor and members of the consultant. And the other point that I'd like to make is, and the IRR group brought forward suggestions from the community, and they were followed through and acted on right away. And that's how, well.
I suppose, and that's the will of council. So again, I'm just going to reiterate, I think it's important to recognize
there, and the nations want to be a part of the safety and building of the winter road, and you guys are not
You just
pushing for it. No, I'll wait till
Okay, thank you. Councillor Weigel?
I didn't hear was that some community member from Fort Chipewyan. I heard administration, I heard IR, and again, I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not trying to throw anything out, but like adding those members to versus creating another layer.
Well, there is actually,
Okay.
yeah,
So they're part of administration, but they're a
Yes.
Fort Chipewyan resident.
correct.
So I guess.
An internal working group,
okay.
yeah.
Thanks.
No, there's the contractor as well as members from the consultant.
Can you maybe elaborate there, CEO Butts, about you don't seem that this is fit?
through the chair to council, and speaking in terms of something that's so important as this winter road. Council committee is to create another engagement that's already existing.
You're not listening to the people.
So for that, through the government, what I'm saying is we're recognizing those levels of government through established protocol agreements.
Ability to have subcommittees, we could look at having subcommittees with community members, with elders and knowledge keepers, with each for feedback to be brought to us.
Councillor Banjoko?
Committee, working groups, is there, because I think, is that part not missing from, or is not necessary?
And then that would be a committee on what he's looking for.
Councillor Cardinal is asking, is a council-driven committee.
No, I'm not even saying council should be the driver or being the, I mean, given how passionate the representative from that.
Ask questions of each other.
I'll say through the chair, yes, it's possible.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Banjoko. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you. Our track record that right now, council doesn't.
Councillor Grandison, right now we're just asking questions of administration.
Of administration committees. Like, we just keep adding more and more committees. We don't make the committees we've got now to this conversation regardless. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Is any other council member?
Collaboration with the protocol agreements. How much specifics have you spoken about Fort Chip Métis Nation, Athabasca Chipewyan First Nation to sit on this committee? How important is this, and have you had any communication with them?
There are safety concerns as they've arisen, but there has not been any request to be on a committee, no.
Opportunity there to have a representative from Fort Chipewyan First Nation, Mikisew Cree, and the Fort Chipewyan Métis 3 to be on the working group?
It is a winter roads working group. So
Yes.
we also have to look at Laloche as well. Then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully the province gets
The protocol agreement and the leader-to-leader conversations. I guess, just because of the last question, where does the leader-to-leader conversations actually happen if they're not in part of the working group?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Weigel, it is part of the policy. It's certainly an option. We haven't had any opportunities to continue that, but as we continue the protocol agreements going forward in 2026, that is something we are hoping to actually.
Entities would definitely be part of that conversation, seeing how it's going to their community. So, okay, thank you.
When was the last engagement about the Winter Road Committee with any of the nations? Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Does Council have any other questions? Hi, Curtis, can you hear us here?
I can, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. If you just state.
My name is Curtis Gerard. I'm a resident of Fort Chipewyan, Alberta, and I have been all my life. Original founders of the Fort Chipewyan Winter Road. My father owned and operated Gerard Enterprises. It was a project. I've seen this road built under many different conditions, through thin ice, no local people, the RMWB, and the prime contractor. I also want to address the letter that Gregory Marcel and I submitted to Mayor and Council throughout the legislative services. On May 9th, 2025, we received a response from Sonia Suter, and I'm sorry if I said her, of site improvements and heavy hauler bypasses and the increase of bylaw patrols. Administration does not, and group has not been established, or more importantly, that's not what we proposed. So tonight I ask Mayor and Council to review the letter that's established the Winter Roads Advisory Committee. Thank you, Mayor Bowman, Council.
Thank you, Curtis.
Gerard, I know that you and your father worked tirelessly on the Winter Road and have you received, besides the letter from our administration or legislative services?
The only response was the email I got back saying that they did not forward it. Administration talked around. I hear there's an advisory committee, but I don't know who they are or what they've seen. And I believe after listening to we wanted to start, me and Gregory wanted to start a Winter Road standing committee, not to butt heads with the RMWB, not to butt heads with the prime contractor, so everybody could work on the same page. That can be changed for the better. We need a committee, we really do. A great example of that is that thing they did at Ambra there. They put a bunch of cement pads in there, they're still in there. If anybody, I'm scared to even guess at what that cost to RMWB, but we have to build a road around it. Like, it's things like that, accidents every year. When my father built the road, we made those loops around there, them turns, because we didn't have enough snow to fill in the river crossings. A vehicle crashed, maybe nobody hurt, but vehicles flipped over upside down and crashed. Just little things like that we know local.
Thanks. I got one more question, Curtis. How important is it to you and Fort Chipewyan to have local knowledge?
Well, when me and Gregory, otherwise known as Cowboy, when me and Cowboy just asked for mattering which nation they're from, but with experience with building the Winter Road or traveling on ice, or RMWB for our Winter Road Standing Committee, and it is extremely important for our community to have that. Like the government, that there will never be a road going to Fort Chipewyan, and it'll never happen. The Snowmobile Club from here made that road. Don't want to butt heads with the contractor. We don't even need to know anything about, what they make or anything like that. We just want to help make this the best road.
And making it to Fort Chip.
Absolutely. I echo those thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Thank you, Curtis. Anybody have any other questions for the presenter? I have one last question. Protocol agreements to work together with the working group?
Yeah, through the chair. Yes.
To administration, how is that any different than a committee?
He's asking how it's different from how the working group with the two first.
I guess I'm going to say players, but all of the departments that are involved in making the Winter Road happen. There is the suggestion of Mayor is to just add these to the working group, yes, that's another suggestion. Sorry, thank you for, through the chair to Councillor Cardinal. Council.
Through the chair, just to further clarify the difference between continued business should they not get quorum. The procedure bylaw will apply to a formally approved committee, so there is more procedure, a little bit more flexibility.
I got the Doghead Crossing without any cost, and the whole community did it.
The relevancy.
Well, the relevancy is that they care just as much as us for the safety of the community, and it's important that we work.
Procedural committee towards engagement, we're suggesting to enact the existing framework of the protocols that government, if you don't get quorum, that doesn't happen. So through the working group, and to Mayor's suggestion, we can add that to the working group if that's better. There's a lot more.
What?
There's no alternative motion there, and then we can talk about adding the 3.
So this is my suggestion, someone that makes a motion, they move the administration to continue to advance the work of the working group through for Chippewa Métis Nation and one councillor from that ward. Does that sound? Yeah, go ahead, Ken.
Hey, Councillor Cardinal, make motion that council approve the Winter Roads Advisory Committee with 3 non-voting members, 1 Ward 2 council member, 1 chief administrative officer or designate, 1 RMWB employee stationed for Chippewa Métis Nation member, 1 Athabasca Chippewa First Nation member, and 1 business representative, and 1 Winter Road consultant. No. That's it. This is what I'm reading. This is one of the options.
That's the bylaw.
Well, that's the bylaw. Okay, well, we'll put that in there.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for waiting. Councillor Cardinal, do you want to? That was mine now. Oh, sorry, Kendrick.
I, Councillor Kendrick Cardinal, that administration continue to advance the work of the working group through the protocol agreements and leadership representative from the Miccosukee First Nation, 1 representative from the Fort Chippewa Métis Nation, and 1 councillor from Ward 2.
Debate points?
I do, actually.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Cardinal.
I just wanted to signify the importance of collaborating to local knowledge and what the elders, what the land users, and what the trappers provide. I hope that you guys can support my motion, and hopefully we could collaborate more and bring this to light and bring more safety and concerns to the Fort Chippewa Winter Road. I've driven them from the contractors, but who knows? But hopefully we could sit there and hold them accountable as well. And the people that are sitting on this committee, travel, or when they travel the Winter Road, they could please kindly support our motion, our motion from Fort Chippewa, and let's make it happen. Thanks.
Thanks, great with the community members, and as Councilor Cardinal said, he's driven the road more than most people, and even upside down. So with that, I will support.
No, I know, Mayor Bowen, but can I speak again?
It's kind of finished, but we'll. Up we have bylaw number 25/025, committee bylaw amendment. Oops, wrong one. Bylaw number 25/024, Chief Administrative Officer bylaw amendment, which is being presented for the second.
Good evening, Council. My name is Patrick White, Municipal Legal Counsel. Tonight I'm bringing forth a proposed amendment to certain agreements. However, we've determined that during the election recess and the first few weeks of the new council period, we will most likely have a few agreements that will require signature. And so for this amendment, will inform council immediately after exercising this power if they do so. This also decreases the amount of time that administration has to get an agenda out. It's currently at 14 days. We're finding it very difficult.
Thank you, Patrick. Does anyone have any questions for administration? Councilor Benjoko?
You're saying that the amount of time that you need to give us in the time that we will need to review the document, to ask questions and all that, and concluded that.
Through the chair to the question, we did consider that we are attempting to streamline our reports so that they're much easier to read, much more accessible, and we're working towards that so that you're not to say that significant issues would not be brought forth before council before then, but we're asking for that the minimum days to be reduced. So, for example, when I did discuss.
Okay. And shorter to read. I hope that would not compromise the issues, and if we don't get the substance, things that we need to know before we.
To the question, yes, for very critical issues, we will endeavor to get the information to you as soon as possible. 7 days is just merely the.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Bowman.
Thanks, Councilor Benjoko. And just for clarification, we get the council package 6 days in advance. What they're referring to is if the CEO is 6 days in advance. Okay, thanks. Does anybody have any other questions for administration? Councilor Boussier?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, through the chair to Patrick. So during recess, or the 4 week, the CAO allowed to do, he or she allowed to do pretty well anything?
Through the chair to the question, currently with the CEO bylaw, they are limited to have to either not sign that agreement or convene a special meeting, and hopefully we have quorum. So we understand that many of you will be campaigning during that period of time, or they will be in training or dealing with new issues for the council. So that's why that must be signed. And if we can't convene a quorum, it may grind some of our operations to a halt.
Through the chair, Patrick, what do they do in other communities? Same thing?
Bylaw, we have very small amounts. So they have more, like, some of them are greater to like 500,000 or even $1 million, depending if it's like Calgary or Edmonton or whatnot. Run into a problem for just a short period of time. And I do want to point out that this is money that council has already allocated within the budget. So the CEO does not have the ability to go out and spend whatever. It's stuff that's already, perhaps the other Mr. White might be able to point something out.
Example, during construction, there may be a point in time that we require additional funds due to unforeseen circumstances in the field. Many times, or any other future CAOs to gives them the permission to make.
Could a CAO settle without council's approval if it exceeds the limits during the recess or the 4 weeks? I'm just playing devil's advocate, Patrick.
Through the chair to the question, if you do hire someone with no morals and no scruples, yes, technically speaking.
With this new bylaw, that can happen.
That is true. However, the CEO does have to inform you as soon as they exercise that power, so you would know. And
thanks.
Does council have any other questions for administration? I'm not. And Mike, you just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present, and just remain on topic and remain seated for questions following, please.
Hello, everybody. Michael Ferreira, resident. I came here today and thought about speaking on a couple things, and I passed on all those so I could speak last of the evening. I've spoken here a number of times, sometimes maybe not in the nicest or mildest manner, and some of you may or may not be happy when you see me or my name at a meeting. I don't always agree with you, but I have a great amount of respect for all you. So thank you for your service, and also thanks to all the RMWB folks that are here for all these meetings. You guys are the ones that really keep these meetings running, and you've had your hands full the last, I'm generally in favor of speeding things up if we can. Answers questions. So thank you.
Thanks, Michael, and appreciate the kind words. Any questions for the presenter? You can ask them.
So are you in favor or not?
Normally I would be in favor, but in light of some of the questions there, I think maybe you want to pass on this if it means you've got to try to convene something to shore things up. I think there's maybe enough question was raised there that maybe we want to take a step back.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. I don't see any other questions, so thanks, Michael.
Thank you all.
Does someone want to make the motion? Anybody? Councilor Weigel.
I move that bylaw number 25/024, being the amendment to the Chief Administrative Officer bylaw number 25/018, be read for a second time.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Grannis, for the second. Does Council have any comments or debate points? Councilor Boussier.
Yeah, through the chair to Patrick, I guess. Is there something, Patrick, that we could add or amend? I guess, what do they do in other communities? Do they have some form of protection for the taxpayer?
Through the chair to the question, again, we have very stringent limits, and so most other municipalities do not have this these constraints on the CEO. We are actually quite unusual in that sense. So during the recess for elections, it's of a not really big concern because the CEO, those CEOs are able to sign off on these things. For example, in litigation, we are the only one other than Edmonton at a $1 million cap that caps litigation, and that goes back to council. So unfortunately, I can't give you a benchmark because we are quite unique in that area.
Okay, so, but just, and I don't know if that's a bad thing. I don't know if that's what you're insinuating, that having a cap or having, but we still have a period when a CAO can pretty well run amok, in theory. Not saying it would happen, but there is a period of time where there really are no controls put in place for our only employee.
And throw it into IRR to, build a bridge somewhere or other. So they are limited to exactly what you have allocated in the budget.
For litigation?
I don't know.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just phone or
I think, the
phoning in.
CFO might have that, Councillor Bussier.
What's that?
CFO might have that information.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, when it comes to any form of litigation, we would have some sense of the value, and we came forward to council. We had an accounts receivable set up in anticipation of receiving that funding. We would do the same if we had so the budget would come out of whatever department it was related to.
But we don't.
Potentially a reserve. It would
It's emerging
on
reserves?
potentially.
I just find it difficult to support something when there's a time frame, but I get that maybe grabbing.
September 22nd to October 20th.
You could do a lot of damage in that time period.
Well, we're in debate, we can talk. So
Yeah,
I'm wondering,
okay.
what I'm wondering is, so we still look at value unless they come to council first. Is that correct? That remains in place? Okay.
The last part of this amendment says, council is informed when the authority has been exercised. So why after? Patrick, I think.
Through the chair to the question, they can be informed prior. That's not I can certainly amend this as well. It's just that, well, I mean, I can certainly amend this on the fly if we'd like.
After, it doesn't do anything.
Thanks, Councilor Benjoko. Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the same question, what does it take to call a special meeting?
And I can call one 24 hours.
Government acts through the chair that dictates how special meetings can be called. Any individual member of council can call a special meeting or force a special meeting to be called. And the mayor will a special meeting so long as there's 24 hours notice provided to council members. You can also call a special meeting by the chair calling a special meeting with less than 24 hours notice, so long as
We're always looking. I guess we're looking at worst case scenario. I like streamlining, making sure things done. If we knew beforehand, right beforehand, it would have to be massively egregious for all of us to come together to decide to have a special meeting to move forward. So before, after,
So
I guess
Councilor Benjoko.
the same. But it just gives the opportunity that if all of council thinks it's egregious, we could call it within 24 hours.
Yeah.
But that would have to take the whole of council, would it not? Call 24 hour.
2/3.
2/3. So I think that fits because if you know the date moves forward, so that way there's just not one council with a grudge. It's this is not okay. Not calling anybody out, but it's this isn't okay. We don't want to align with this, and we stop it.
Thank you. I think that's what I think I'll be comfortable with doing it that way.
Okay.
Because even if we are on recess, we are still being paid. So if you call a meeting, then we should still be able to show up. And if not, we'd show up even if it's virtually.
Well, it's election season.
So Councilor Weigel, you made the motion. Do you want to amend your motion? Okay. Yeah.
Is that what we want to do? Are you writing it down or am I doing this? Okay. I move that bylaw number 25/024 be amended by striking the words when in section 1B with is. I will need a seconder. Do you need me to speak to this or no? Yeah, to me, this just gives the council the ability, to Councilor Boussier's point, if we believe that there's an action that is egregious and it goes against how the whole of council is aligned, then 2/3 can call a meeting within 24 hours and stop, not the next day or the day before. To me, it's the same.
Thanks, Councilor Weigel. Does council have any comments or debate points? Councilor Benjoko?
Yeah, just to reiterate my point earlier on, I totally agree. And that doesn't mean we don't trust the CEO, but if there's something we don't want. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Benjoko. Councilor Cardinal?
Yeah, I'll support the motion.
Council have any other comments or debate points? I'm not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote. Al is in favor. Thank you, Al. The second reading that's amended. Councilor Benjoko? Or just voting? This is the second, going back to the second reading.
Okay. I move that.
Councilor Granison's in favor. You can do the third one, Funky, just stay on there.
I move that bylaw number 25/024 be read a third and final time.
And thanks for the second, Councilor Boussier. Council, have any comments or debate points? Councilor Cardinal? Not seeing it, I'll call for a vote. Al's in favor, thank you. That's carried unanimously, and that's it. Thank you, everyone. Everybody, maybe after October 20th. That's meeting's adjourned. Go ahead, Councilor Cardinal.
No, I just wanted to say thank you. It's been